I turn it off. I turn mine off because I can't have it on there. But, how we doing, ladies and teddy bears? Welcome to day 2 of our 2-day adventure here at Coningsby to catch a very special flight. And of course, one lucky bidder who I met yesterday actually. So he'll be going on a flight of his life, a one-time opportunity to not only fly in a Spitfire but to be in formation with various Royal Air Force aircraft. Today I believe it will be a couple of Red Arrows, Hawks, and a Embraer Phenom from RAF Cranwell, which they'll be heading from here to RAF Lucas, another legendary RAF base just to the just nearby Dundee. Welcome to the show. So there's the commemoration of the 90th anniversary Spitfire. Very easy to remember for me, the serial number. It's got a bit of history as well, but it's Golf Tango Charlie, so TC, Ted Coningsby, and Hotel India, so Ted Coningsby High. It's an easy one to remember, although that's my envisage. That's my take on that one. Hey, lovely, lovely. We do have Typhoons about to start. By the sound of it, sounds like the APU is running on them. So welcome to the show. And it's a lovely day here at Ted HQ, RAF Coningsby. So the Spitfire's getting ready to go. So a big thank you for joining us today on a lovely sunny day here at RAF Coningsby. We are in the official aircraft spotters car park. Unfortunately it is well, I'd say it's full. You may be able to squeeze in and out. There's a couple of people leaving, but just take it as though it's full. There is a massive car park in the town, just £2 all day. Welcome, my name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. Welcome to the show, hope you're all well. And 90 years from the very first flight of the new prototype of the very legendary Spitfire. And that whistling sound, it is our Typhoon starting up. And it's really interesting, ladies, gents, teddy bears, because no matter what background or even knowledge you have of World War II fighters, the Spitfire is always going to be up there, being one of the most iconic aircraft of the Second World War. Mention the Supermarine Baby, however, and this could cause a bit of a blank face and a response. And yet, the Hawker Hurricane, on the other hand, made in greater numbers and having served a good 8 months before the arrival of the Spitfire, yet alone claiming more aerial victories, the Spitfire just always maintains the title of being the #1 iconic choice, shall we say. So it is a masterpiece of R.J. Mitchell, but it was almost lost in the fathoms of failure as well. The first of its kind, the Type 224 with its gull wings, wasn't a success, but the award-winning company was. But with fine-tuning, a 27-litre V22 Rolls-Royce engine on the market called the Merlin, and with the elliptical wing design, the first Spitfire flight took place on the 5th of March of 1936 which is why we're celebrating the 90th anniversary. The prototype of its kind was K5054, and it was flown by Joseph Mutt Summers, which took off from now Southampton Airport. But his words were, "Do not change a thing," Mutt said after the 8-minute maiden flight. Just one thing that did need careful thought was the name. I mean, can you imagine if I told you this, that the Supermarine were going to call it a shrew? Well, it is claimed that it is said by top brass that if we were going to call an aircraft of such, we would probably already have lost the war. I mean, can you imagine going, we have a Supermarine shrew? So there we go. So they chose the name Spitfire. Didn't have any link, shall we say, with a genre. You know, they like to keep a theme, rather. That's probably the better word. But they chose Spitfire, and eventually, with all the various marks of Spitfires in its career, it led on to the development of the Supermarine Spiteful. But today, here, we've got a painted duck egg style in the original sky blue duck egg livery with K5054, but it is actually GTCHI, a twin-seater Spitfire, and it will undertake a series of flights between the 7th and the 17th of April 2026, visiting various historic RAF stations and airports associated with the Spitfire's history. Although acknowledged, the Spitfire was never a fighter station. RAF Coningsby was always a bomber command station, for your information. But this very airframe as well does have some history as well, powered by a Rolls-Royce Merlin 66 engine. Originally, serial number BS410 was ordered from the Vickers Armstrong Supermarine on the 24th of October 1940 as one of 1,100 Spitfire F1s, but was eventually built at Salisbury at a Merlin as a Merlin 61 powered F9 in the batch BS383411, with a final assembly at Chattis Hill. Her maiden flight took off at Chattis Hill on the 28th of October 1942. Her first service was 315 Deblin Polish Squadron, based at RAF Norfolk on the 6th of November 1942. The squadron markings would have been painted with PK, Papa Kilo, for 315. And BS410 flew 35 operational sorties with 315 Polish Squadron, and even flew over Wembley versus Wales football match on the 27th of Feb 1943. After many years of a tragic incident which led to her forced landing, she was finally excavated after 62 years and took a 15-year renovation and restoration with a conversion to a family version 2-seater, a TR9. She was given a new serial number GTCHI and now flies for experienced flights and pilot training. There we go, so that's a bit of intro. Now the noise that you can hear, so the noise you can hear on the main ASP, there's our 3 Foons, which are stationed here at Coningsby. She has, Coningsby has 5 Typhoon squadrons, of course, all with history. And of course, it wouldn't be the show without our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Here he is, having a good time. Ted flying the Royal Air Force ensign, bit of a mascot here. And especially for his Air Cadets, number 17 Coningsby Air Training Corps. Big shout out to number 17 Air Cadets. If you're in the area, and or even if you're not, you know, as a youngster, there's many of you here. If you are interested in becoming part of the Royal Air Force, start your basics, learn discipline, and earn the values, so that one day you may join the Royal Air Force knowing the basics and discipline. And that's with, there'll be a local Air Training Corps, Air Cadets, near you. But for Coningsby, it's number 17. Oh, off he goes. And number 17 squadron, interestingly, is quite, what's the word I'm looking for, has a massive strong connection with the Typhoon here at Coningsby, because they were the first to bring the Typhoon here, number 17. In fact, they were the first to receive it in 2003 at Warton Aerodrome, along with number 29 Reserve Squadron, who were chosen to become the OCU. And they arrived here on the 19th of May 2005. Number 17 brought it here, brought it home. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. Coningsby is situated in England's second largest county, with a lot of history, of course, given the nickname of Bomber County. Let's see what we're going to get. So welcome everyone in the aircraft viewing area, the spotters car park. It is pretty much full. There are alternative parking. Please do not park outside, literally on the grass. It does carry a legality issue, because there are double yellow lines. Regardless if you're on the verge, it's still, have a look at the highway code, it's still invalid. There's no stopping signs as well. So, and again, please don't block the crash gate in any shape or form. There's a massive car park in the town, just £2 all day. There's a couple of lay-bys dotted about as well. Here we go, it's foon time. recommend it. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and as the pilots are doing their checks before taxiing out, don't forget to do yours as well. Make sure you give us a thumbs up. Do click that like button, make sure that's all good and lit up. Give it a touch and go. Also check the subscribe button, make sure you'll subscribe to the Ted Coningsby channel as well. And if you don't want to miss out on the latest and greatest live streams and videos, then don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Those two things are absolutely free. And there's two more things that you can do for free which really help the channel, is to, did I say the notification bell button? Yeah, don't miss out on that. That's another one that's free. And also the care button, spelled S-H-A-R-E. That's right, do share. I think there's a hype button as well now. I think you can hype something as well, which is kind of cool. Something new on YouTube. But again, all these things do help. And believe it or not, hitting the like button does. What's this? Oh, it's the airman. The air van, sorry. Look at this. The air van coming along there now. Look at it. Hello. Oh, yes. Hang on. Let me just get a better shot. Hang on. This is a GA. I think this is called an air van. Spitfires.com. I'm going to assume this will be the photographer's if they're going to use runway 12 actually. Hang on a minute. era to another, as though we've just stepped back 90 years. Although the difference between the fighters, to be more accurate, being the first flight in 1994 for the Typhoon. Spitfire, 1936. So 60 years apart between them, though, between their first flights, these two.
And welcome to the show, Elsie, Alan Gates, Lynx Rainbird, Margot Baxter, Asburn Boira, Sally Cullen, Trumpet Rider, Bat Purple, Simon Watchorn. How we all doing? Hope we're good.
Listen to that purr. Absolutely incredible. En route to Lucas, former RAF Lucas. Well, there we go. Lovely to see, and well, have an awesome flight to the winning bidder there, who I met yesterday actually. It was quite nice. So enjoy. Right, back to Foon time now. Here we go, Seek and Destroy. 41 Squadron, the test and evaluation squadron on the Typhoon. Testing the latest and greatest software, ordnance, situations, even taking off on taxiways. And you've also got number 1 fighter squadron markings there on that one. Oh, hello. pilot is proper loving it, right? Proper adrenaline going off there. Well, there we go. That's how we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good. There's not a lot to see now. There's one there, just that was pretty cool, wasn't it?
So I just got to put the cameras away. All right. I think it's going to go in now anyway.
That was cool, wasn't it? Nice. That was good, though, wasn't it? That's what you want. Bit of aggression. That's what you need. Definitely, 100%. That's what it's all about. It was mean and good. That's what it's all about. Hence the word fighter. Yeah. Don't bounce around all pretty like a bunny rabbit, do you? There's a few people that agree with that, nodding there. Oh dear, right. So there we go, that's our first wave there. So now it's back to classic training now, I guess. See ya! Well, there we go. Just get our squadron leader Ted on the control, see what he's got to say about that. Oh, is that an old 5 Series Beamer? Oh, it is. Sorry, just having a look at these things. Quite nostalgic, but there's our squad leader, Ted Coningsby, on the controls. And, well, it's the second day of sunshine. So, Sean Oliver, how you doing? Hope you're good. Thank you very much for your 18 months service as a member with the Ted Coningsby Posh Officers Club. Well done, thank you very much. 18 months in the Posh Officers Club and another 6 months as a sub. How did that time go so fast? Brilliant streaming, great family. Thank you very much for that. Margot Baxter, thank you very much for your super. Happy anniversary Spitfire, Guards March to you. You got Smash Drax, high five. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. 8473, high five. Thanks for joining the Posh Officers Club at Guards March. Also got Wee Stevie Boy with 20 months membership, so close to 2 years. Also, Guards March to Full Burner, thanks a lot for the super. Oi oi, all the foons. Matt Crossan with 11 months, what a way to start my days off. Cracking TCS, Guards March. And Wee Stevie Boy, thank you very much for the super. Hey, Guards March to you, thank you very much. Oh, Ted's getting a bit excited there, I think. He's, well, I don't blame him, to be honest.
Hello, mate. Is there a display today, Typhoon?
Oh, I have no idea, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Right, let's we can probably get into a bit of history, make more aircraft turn up, right? I reckon I can probably get away with this bit like that. Right, how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. I've got a few bits and pieces here for you today. Because you know how it is, talk history, you get aircraft, and it's as simple as that, right? Absolutely brilliant. Hope we're all well and feeling good. Let's turn this round. I might get straight into the history. I never got to do it yesterday, so let's have a little look. Right, buddy, how you doing? All right? Oh, I'd love one. Thank you very much. NATO style, that's how you do it. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So the jacket's on for a minute, but of course as it gets warmer. Tell you what, it was a bit frosty this morning. Kellogg's Frosties, bring out... No, let's just stop that there. Yes, so all is good. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome to a very sunny Lincolnshire. And let me just adjust that a little bit more. Let's get a bit more of the blue sky. There we go. Little random fact about the sun. I don't think it's actually yellow. I think it's actually white. For those that know, but we always call it the yellow thing. I like also because the astronomy that's going on at the moment, and the astronauts there with Artemis 2 has sort of led me on to discovering more about astronomy. The Ted Coningsby won't be an astrology channel or anything, an astronomy channel, but it is always fascinating to learn about the things, such as why is the sun, you know, why does the sky go red, you know, when the sun sets, that kind of... It's actually quite interesting. I do like that kind of science involved in this, and the sun is actually white. That would make sense because otherwise snow would usually be yellow, right? Normally, if you know what I'm saying. But anyway, we won't go into that because I think light is meant to be white anyway, but I'm not going to go into that because this is not an astronomy science, and you know, Stephen Hawkins and the legend that is Professor Brian Cox. I love Brian Cox. He is amazing. He is awesome. But anyway, welcome back to Ted Coningsby, and welcome to England's second largest county, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. And during the Second World War, it was nicknamed Bomber County, and there was as many as 46 military airfields with an average of just 7 miles between them. So off the top of my head, to my left, to my 9 o'clock, we would have had Woodhall Spa. We've got Metheringham, we've also got Waddington a little bit further back, we've got East Kirkby, and then Spilsby, Dunholm Lodge, Cranwell, so on and so on. They were quite tight and close together. So in fact, I will just show you a quick little map. Other maps are available. It's right at the back here, just to give you an idea of what it entailed. Look at all that. I don't know if you can see that properly. If I turn the camera around, you'll get a good idea of what was going on at the time. Don't know if you can see that very well, but there we go, look at that. So you've got Waddington, Colby Grange, Wellingham, Metheringham, Woodhall Spa. Woodhall Spa was actually the satellite station to Coningsby. Of course you got Scampton as well, which was called Brattleby during the First World War. Very close together, and on average they were only about 7 miles apart from each other. Because we needed the airfields, we needed also technology improved, aircraft got bigger, heavier, and of course towns and cities needed protecting. So there was various fighter stations. You wouldn't really get as many fighter stations in this area. They were more closer to but we did have them. but they were more sort of, what's the word, concentrated down to sort of London and the city, so you would have had some there as well. So it's quite fascinating to have a look at where the fighter stations were. Really interesting. Have a look at the map. Maybe I'll draw one. Maybe I'll draw a map where all the fighter stations and all the bomber stations were. But this here was actually a bomber station, but we'll get to that in just a moment. But if we roll back a little bit, so 1914 to 1918, which is quite interesting really to think about that. As an aerial combat, as aerial combat side of things, it was rather new. This is one of the things I was learning a little bit more about the transition and companies during that time when they were put in to make aircraft. But then after the war, I was thinking about this. This is quite interesting, an interesting fact. Let me just tell you that there were 300 military airfields that stood at the end of the First World War. Okay, just to give you an idea. And that kind of depleted. By 1924, there were just 27. Now, with all the companies, I'm just going to grab my coffee. Thank you so much, sir. That is awesome. Oh, you're a star. Thank you very much. Thank you. So let's have a little think about this. You know, what happens to all the biplanes? You know, what happens to all these manufacturers that were building things? There were some contracts of aircraft that were manufactured that were supposed to go on till 1919, but of course the First World War ended before that. It was quite interesting. I was learning what happened to these aircraft, and you know, the whole concept of bombing. I mean, Bomber Command wasn't even formed. The even concept of bombing was literally wiped out because of the fact that, you know, with the Treaty of Versailles, probably pronouncing that wrong, but I always call it Versailles. But you know, things like this in place, and I was thinking, what happened? I mean, that it does generate income, it does generate employment, it does generate money with all the aircraft that was built, but just have a little think about that, you know. But then of course things didn't quite look good in that between the interwar period, but after 1919 things did calm down, and this kind of leads on. I mean, you can open another door and find yourself somewhere else, right, in this. And it's quite interesting to realise that in the 30s there was a lot going on with aircraft. I think there was a lot more of a it was almost like the Renaissance period for aircraft, I think, in some ways, because you've got the Schneider Trophy, you've got Supermarine, you've got all these manufacturers leading up to Havilland as well, with all those the DH9s, you know, and I mean, there's so much you can talk about. You can do a whole stream on just talking about the whole thing from day one, from the Wright Flyer to the battle between Glenn Curtiss and the Wright brothers, you know, that kind of thing. If you don't know that story, I've said it before. I don't know why I choose Mildenhall. Why do I choose Mildenhall to do that? I don't know. It's just a place I like to talk about that one, but it's kind of nice because I kind of keep it themed. But it is really interesting to look at it in that respect, because, you know, the things like the trophy, the Schneider Trophy, kind of led that inspiration on, you know, to develop, you know, the seaplanes. And yet we also had the Short brothers, who then made the Short Sunderland. You also got that massive thing as well. There was that other one, the Walrus, as well. Things like this it's just staggering to see and watch the whole evolution of aviation. When I mean by aviation, I don't mean flight. Flight could be in a form of balloons, which was taking place in probably the 18th century. You had balloon with the Royal Engineer, you know, those squadrons. You can go on and on and on. But it was so interesting because it kind of ties in with the Spitfire. It kind of ties in with Supermarines Type 224, Type 300, and if you've ever heard of it, Type 317, which I may go into depending how my brain is going to evolve into this talk. Now, so just to give you an idea, we're now down to about 27 airfields in 1924. Many of these were recalled for expansion in 1935, and the military airfields started to rise again because things weren't looking right. Meanwhile, in Germany, although they were told they couldn't rearm again, well, with the likes of Hitler and Goering, they actually were building thousands of aircraft dubbed as civilian aircraft, but they weren't. They were actually building in secrecy the largest air force the world had ever seen. And that was the problem, you know. And then manufacturers would be in need again, you know. I'm going to bring this up, and don't take it in a dark way. See it as a nice way. And many of you are avid aviation enthusiasts, right? You see it, you got a friend that, so call it a friend, whatever. You got people that don't quite understand our passion for military aviation. And you would have had maybe in some time, maybe through social media these days, or in a comment, like, oh, they're weapons of war. Let's put it into another way. If we did not, in that interwar period, produce, yes, we had biplanes, they were aging. I mean, a quick reaction alert for a biplane took 19 minutes, yes. But if we didn't even have that, I think the situation of Europe would have been different without even the start of the war. You need to prepare. You need to then train. Training didn't happen, which is why at Waddington it was so important for these air shows to take place. They gave that sort of they gave advertisement, they gave morale, they boosted morale. So it was really important to get companies to start building aircraft again. Oh, hello. Talk history, get aircraft. I think there's our two bad boys here. I think this is our two bad boys, right? I wonder if they're going off to call them our two bad boys. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, sorry about it's bright on there on the screen. It shouldn't be in a minute. Oh, it is. There you go. Is that better? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So you know, it takes days, it takes months, you know, and then potentially years to build aircraft and get them into production. If you look at the Spitfire, for example, in its production, we didn't have that many. You know, 1936 wasn't looking good for us. You know, 1939, 1938, 1937, we didn't have a lot. Things take time. Things take time to build. The Merlin engine was in demand, and then having that concept to say, okay, one Merlin engine for a Spitfire is fine, but then, you know, actually trying to say and justify having a 4-engine bomber, which is, you know, you got to think about it. 4 engines in a Lancaster, for example, that could have been 4 Spitfires. So it's that balance. But hey, you know, luckily history has been written, and it's been written in a good way. So my point is, you know, when you hear comments like that, it's about defense. You know, don't often think of it. It's about pride, protection, and defense and training. You've got to train it. And then there wasn't really a lot of time, which is why I find the Falklands War very fascinating. The fact that just a snap, just in a matter of a couple of weeks, the Vulcan was up flying, and they created the most amazing, longest bombing raid of that time in history. It's just staggering. There's so much, and because aviation in a military side of things is very, very new. Very new. You don't get battles in, you know, in 1700s with, you know, biplanes. Maybe there was, but no, there wasn't. But that's the thing. It is just an amazing thing. And then you've got to think about, in 1936, it was agreed to have a bomber command, and it was quite a fascinating time, 1936, because during that time, B9, you got B9 32, and then you got in 1936 there was two Air Ministry specifications, and that was for there was B1236, which was for a 4-engine bomber, monoplane bomber, and then you got P1336. I hope I got that right. B1236, which is the year. The letter B stood for a heavy bomber, okay, of that time, and the letter P stood for a medium bomber. So the idea to have heavier and bigger aircraft, but then if you've got bigger and heavier aircraft, you're going to need to sort your airfields out, because the very first airfields were indeed grass. They're a lot easier to pop up, right? They're a lot easier to set up, although you've got to think about your drainage. You need to think about the obstacles in the distance. You need to think about if there are any rock formations. The one I always think of, the Yelverton Rock on Dartmoor. RAF Harrowby had the Yelverton Rock, which caused a hazard, and also the the houses in the vicinity had to be only maximum one floor high, yeah, like 1 story. They had to skim most of them away. It's amazing to even, you know, think that. There was the Air Ministry Board, there was surveyors that would come and have a look at the drainage, and places like RAF Upward, they also suffered with a lot of drainage issues and flooding, and that really caused havoc. But then that led on to building RAF Warboys to support it, and here happened the same thing. We had grass runways here first. In fact, the idea to build a station here was in 1937, but was built first with grass runways. I mean, what did we have then, if you think about it? I mean, we had Blenheims, we had light aircraft, okay, and then of course by 1940 RAF Coningsby was built. I think we got an aircraft coming in, and it looks like Typhoons. We're not going to be able to do the history today. It doesn't matter, it brings a 2-ship. Nice pairs landing. I mean, speaking of grass airfields, we have them here. We have a grass airfield here with those day glows. I don't know if you can see those day glows there. That's the start of the grass runway, and there's other markers at the other end, look. And that's used, I've seen the Chipmunk use that. So yeah, we've got to start somewhere, and it was grass runways that were favoured.
Okay.
Hi, you alright?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Okay.
Spitfire.
Oh right, yeah.
I haven't done it yet.
Okay, mate. No worries.
But I will do.
Okay.
I see they've had one parked here for a week.
Yeah, that's it.
I thought I bought 3,000 quid in cash. I thought we might never have a ride in it.
Not sure from here.
No.
No. You have to go to like the likes of Biggin Hill and
I think it's big in here.
Duxford maybe, but most likely Biggin Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, man. Enjoy. All right.
You want a drink?
I'm all right. I've got one, but
Are
thank you.
sure?
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Waiting back.
No, I'm all good. I'm all good. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Yes, so getting, you know, you love the history side of things as well, but it seems to attract aircraft. And the good thing is I can see the lights flashing, so we should be quite good to see any aircraft coming. So yeah, welcome to the show for those that joined us. But Coningsby was actually completed in November of 1940, ready to operate with its new grass runway. And as I said, a Bomber Command formed in 1936. This was allocated to number 5 group. Their HQ is not too far in Grantham at St Vincent's Hall, number 5 group of Bomber Command. And the first residents, though, didn't come till the following year, only a few months, and that was on the 23rd of February 1941. And it was 106 Squadron who were operating the Handley Page Hampden. Now, for those who don't know what the Hampden is, let's have a little look at it. 83 Squadron were the first two. I'm all right, thank you. I've got one. Thanks, man. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Everyone's so kind. So here's our Handley Page Hampden bomber. Again, for those that know, this is it. Look at that. A no frills type of tiny little tiny little bomber. If you're claustrophobic, oh dear, because that boom there is only 1 foot. That's 3 foot wide. Nicknamed the flying suitcase, or the flying tadpole, and things like that. But hey, this was on B9 32 Air Ministry specification. It had a bomb load of 4,000. It was 4,000 pounds. It could also be it could also accommodate a an 18-inch torpedo, and it was. Thank you very much. We do have. Thanks a lot, Perry. I'll keep an eye on that. We do have a XXX flight. Let me just see how far that is. It's good. This is quite funny. They're actually not too far. XXX, yeah, it's about to turn around. I'll be right back. But there's our. Let me just give you some stats. You can see Oscar Lima for the markings there. That would have been 83 Squadron, who arrived with this at RAF Scampton in 1983. It was dubbed as like a fighter bomber, but it was very claustrophobic in there. Crew of 4. Pilot would be kind of stuck in there with a folding seat should something happen to the pilot. They couldn't get the pilot out if anyone else was to fly it, but it really was a bridge. And what I mean by that is it was a leap forward, a bridge from the 680, 650, 680 horsepower engines of the Rolls-Royce Kestrel, and it was the Bristol Pegasus engines, the 1,000 horsepower, which was the bridge, which led on to a lot more powerful engines and a lot more powerful bombers. Right, I've got the XXX flight not far from here. Just gonna have a look at them. So 106 Squadron with their Handley Page Hampdens would have had Zulu November written on the side. Hello, I'm calling from your bank. Oh, sorry, wrong channel. Wow, this sounds good. Page Hampden was a bit of a no-frills accommodation for the pilots. What I mean by that, there were no facilities. There wasn't any sort of armoured metal plating for protection. A boom, fuselage. And the thing is, it was built with the same specification as the Vickers Wellington, and they couldn't be any more different. Just got a couple of Typhoons in the area looking like they're RTB very shortly. Yeah, we're doing ladies, gents, teddy bears. I'll just keep my eyes peeled. So yeah, if we look at a bit of nostalgia here, I've got in this wonderful book actually. I can find it when I need it. Book is pretty awesome. Got an old photo of Coningsby with 106 Squadron. Yeah, I mean it's not its most flattering photo, bless it, due to its circumstance. But if you want to see this poor Hampden in a bit of distress here, this is what a Hampden would look like. Zulu November with 106 Squadron at Coningsby as well. Look, Bit of a sad state, but that's the markings of 106 Squadron there. But yeah, here the pilot, if something happened to the pilot or worse, it was it was very difficult to get the pilot out and for someone to take over. So once you were in your positions, that was it. Again, no facilities. This sort of boom fuselage here, which probably had, I would have thought, the fuel tanks in here. But it was the leap. It was indeed a leap of the 1,000 horsepower engines. It was the bridge, shall we say. That's probably the correct terminology. Because before then, and of course to replace the Goshawk and the Kestrel engines, I mean, they were all, you know, for biplanes. They were giving out sort of 650, 680 horsepower. And the biplane bombers, such as the Hampden, which was at RAF Mildenhall, for example, with 99 Squadron, for example, you know, the engines there, nothing like for the monoplanes. You know, sticking a 600 horsepower engine, 650 rated as such, wouldn't really be, you know, for an all-metal, you know, plane, wasn't really suitable, which really gave on to the next sort of the next aircraft that were coming into action. But if we just stick with the Handley Page Hampden bomber, like I said, this was here first for Coningsby with 106 Squadron, making its mark, of course. And even Guy Gibson had a go on one of these, which I'll tell, not only here, because he was here with 106 Squadron as well, flying this at the time. Wing Commander, well, wasn't Wing Commander prior to arriving at Coningsby. Guy Gibson was flying with 29 Fighter Squadron. They were a night fighter squadron. He even got 4 aerial victories as well. But back to this, like I said, the Handley Page Hampden with the Bristol Pegasus. I think they were the Pegasus 18 engines, a 9-cylinder air-cooled. Could reach speeds of about 247 at sort of 13,800 feet or so. 4,000 pound of payload with you could do mine laying. This was really kind of like the innovative aircraft for mine laying. I mean, I mentioned the P-47 at Lakenheath being the sort of like the pioneer for close air support. This, for me, I think, was probably something that was pioneering, or at least innovating the likes for mine laying. You know, I mean, even the Wellington, which come out at the same year as this, under the same specification. Again, I mean, it could cruise at 206, empty weight at 12,764. So that's like half a Typhoon, the weight of this. And then when you think of the of the length of a you know, between them is actually quite phenomenal. Between the two, when you think about it, with the Typhoon and the Hampden, it's actually just half the weight. I mean, on the Typhoon, the length of a Typhoon is I'll do feet, 52.4 feet. Okay, the length of this, 53 feet. Okay, so when you look at it like that, they're not that far out. Should we compare Typhoon and Hampden? So then and now. So this was the first. So length of the Typhoon at 52 feet 4 inches, which is 15.96 meters. The length of the Hampden, 53 feet and 7 inches at 16.33 meters. So about 40 centimeters longer. Wingspan 69 feet and 2 inches. This is where it's going to go out the window now, isn't it? 35 feet 11 inches, so 10.95 on the Typhoon and 21 meters on the Hampden. Okay, so, you know, half the weight and all that, but you know, it's quite phenomenal, really. But there it is. We had to start somewhere, and this is what we had, and this was the first aircraft, February 23rd 1941, ladies, gents and teddy bears. But 106 Squadron were not alone, because they were met with another squadron. Now, before I go on to the next chapter, let me see if we've got anything nearby. I think we're all good for a minute. Let's just put that down. Next one's quite an interesting one, really. Let's just pop that over there. So yeah, the very first sortie for Coningsby happened on the 1st of March into the night of the 2nd of March of 1941. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. So that was their first one. And 106 Squadron went on for their first mission at Coningsby, and it was Coningsby's first ever mission, and that was on the 1st into the 2nd of March of 1941. 5 Hampdens took off from here at Coningsby's airfield, and the first raid for Coningsby was Hamburg. The following night, completing that mission, 106 Squadron went on for their second mission, but they weren't so fortunate because X3002 was their first ever loss of all 4. 1 aircraft and all 4 were lost, and that was Coningsby's first ever loss. On the 15th of March, 106 Squadron were joined by 97 Squadron. They would have had Oscar Foxtrot, 97 Squadron, and they were equipped with the Avro Manchester. Now, the Avro Manchester was first supplied to 207 Squadron at RAF Waddington, the first of its kind. Now, the thing is with the Manchester, how do we say, it is a thing of disaster which led on to beauty. It really is quite an interesting one. I can't remember if 97 Squadron actually formed from one of the flights of 207 Squadron. You get that quite a lot with RAF squadrons in their history, but it was the thing is with the Manchester, it is quite a spectacular history. It's got a disastrous history, as opposed to the riddled with problems. And let me just show you something. I've got a photo of one. I haven't got a model. They're going to be extremely rare to get hold of. I've got it somewhere. I do have a photo of one. Yeah, where are you? Let me just see if I can find it. I'm wondering if that took off. How we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Anyways, give me 1 second. A bit of a map problem. Where's my map? Ah, here it is. So let's have a look at our Manchester. Because this is got a lot of fascinating history. This one. It should be alright. Yeah, I've got a photo of a Manchester, and you may notice it looks a bit like a Lancaster, and you wouldn't be wrong with Avro's aircraft. Look at this, a little fact sheet here of the Manchester. Look at that. About 202 were made, about 198 operational airframes. And what's interesting is the fact that Air Ministry put out a specification, okay, in 1936, the same year Bomber Command formed. They wanted something punchier to replace the aging Blenheim, and even were thinking about replacing the Hampden as well, which was already here. So it was almost going to be a direct replacement. The specification, the letter P, gives you the indication that they wanted a medium bomber, and the specification was set out that, I mean, they had requirements, and first of all, it had to be an all-metal twin-engine medium bomber. It had to have a minimum of 8,000 pound of payload, a twin engine, and it had to be all metal, okay? And it was Avro's 679 that was put to give a go ahead. And also up for the running was Handley Page as well. Now this is actually quite interesting, because the Handley Page company got the go-ahead as well as Avro. Now, Avro, Handley Page and Avro, you know, two different companies, two different designers. You know, you got, you know, Roy Chadwick, the legend for Avro. And they chose the Rolls-Royce Vulture engine. And it's literally, if you don't know much about the Rolls-Royce Vulture engine or the Peregrine engine, so there's quite a lot of foons going over. Hang on a minute. What have we got here? I'll be back. Can't do history anymore, it's so busy. Right, where are you going? Oh, am I going to get my shot of my bridge? The castle, hang on. There's the castle. We are, I think we are. Yes, right over the castle. Tatchell Castle there. The icon of RAF Coningsby's station crest. Big shout to the crazy duck lady Anne and her crew. Lovely brakes. Beautiful sound. Cool, thanks for that, Davey. Sorry, I had to turn and give them away. Nice. Give me 1 second, just give me a quick break actually. Let me get some, finish my coffee off. Otherwise I'm never going to have it. Should have a few more coming back as well at some point. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, do apologise.
A pen?
Sign your camera.
Okay.
How you doing? All right. Good. tell you what, yeah, how we doing? Sorry, I just needed a quick break there. Sorry about that. So yeah, so if you're not familiar with aircraft and Air Ministry specification, it's really interesting, the Air Ministry specifications. They're a system of producing aircraft to a specification. It ran from 1920 to 49, during which the Air Ministry replaced by the first the Air Ministry production, or Ministry of Aircraft Production. But it did go on for quite a bit, actually. There was post 1949 productions. Do you know what? I actually can't remember how long they went on to Air Ministry specifications. Pretty sure they had one for the Vulcan as well. Pretty sure they went into the 60s at least. Could have been until 1960 or even 1970 maybe. But yeah, I mean, have you ever wondered how they get aircraft to be built? Especially during, let's say around World War II and pre-World War II as well, because that system was quite old. It did go on for quite for some time. But anyway, here we go, Foom time. I'm going to let it go over my head. It's really cool. Here we go. So I always wondered, you know, so we need a bomber, ladies and gents, far, you know, or even a fighter. How do you even get that? Well, the thing is, the Air Ministry put out a specification of what their requirements are, and they are given out to manufacturers. And then obviously, even just like today, take the F-22, you've got the YF-22 and you had the YF-23. Take the F-16, you had the YF-16 and the YF-17, right? Again, it's all about competition and who gets the contract. In history, we've seen that sometimes, in more cases than one, that, you know, two companies get the go-ahead. So, you know, if you take the B932, the Wellington from Vickers, and the Handley Page for the Hampden, job done, you know, things like that. And they're given, it is all organised as well into categories. So F for fighter, B for what's classed would be as a heavy bomber, P as a medium, A for the army. They even had E for experimental as well. Cool. And the way it would work, you'll have the letter, and then you'll have the issue number, which is literally 1 to, you know, numerical 1 to 99, for example, and then you had the forward slash and the two numbers. So 36 would mean 1936, and it will go up in you know, numerical order, ascending, of course. So you'll have, for example, as I've mentioned, P13 or P13/36. So the issue, the Air Ministry specification before that would have been 12/36. The letter prefix, would actually indicate what that aircraft would be. And it's quite interesting because you've got to think of all these manufacturers, you know, what an economical boost that would be if they got the go-ahead, which is really, really fascinating for me. And it was indeed B12 or B12/36 was actually quite an interesting one as well, because it involved Supermarine. So you had F for fighter, for example, A for the Army Corporation, So B1236 would signify that they needed a heavy bomber, and it was the 12th specification. I hope that makes sense, yeah? So the next one after B12 would be the number 13, but of course the letter would change depending on what the aircraft they wanted, whether it was a fighter, a bomber, or for the army. But when it got to a new year, obviously the number starts again to number 1. I hope that makes sense, by the way. So just quickly, as we've had the 90th anniversary of the Spitfire and the various types such as Type 224 and Type 300, which I'm not going to be able to talk about because there was another Typhoon. This is quite an interesting way of approach these days. It's almost like a Point Charlie. Let me go over here. Bugs. One in my ear, lovely. I'll have that for dinner.
So, at the bottom of the runway, they have
So during the foundation of Bomber Command in 1936, you'll notice quite a lot of bomber air ministry specifications, and one of them involved a supermarine. I know, and yet they were, of course, linked with the Spitfire, of course, hence the 90th anniversary. We had the Type 224, which wasn't exactly successful with its gull wings, but it did lead on to something beautiful, the Type 300. With the success of the Spitfire. This is Douglas Bader's Mark II. I mean, look at that, beautiful, right? Look at it. Oh, quite rare to have the Wing Commanders initials on there, this P7966, although the fate of this isn't great because it suffered a incident which took the life of the pilot, unfortunately. But ladies, gents, teddy bears, lest we forget. So Type 300 K5054, which were the dark egg sort of sky blue livery that we had today. Of course, it wasn't the original, but it's done in that honour. Type 316, Type 317 and Type 318. Have you all ever heard of that? Because the Air Ministry specification, and just hang in there, by the way, I will get back to Coningsby, but I will get back to the history of Coningsby, but there was an Air Ministry specification that was given to Supermarine, and that was B12. So B, now that you know that B stands for heavy bomber, 12 meaning it's the 12th issue of that year, /36. So 36 will tell you it was of that year, 1936. And it was a specification that was given to Supermarine, all right? But although they were given the go-ahead, there was a backup, and that was the Short Company, Short Brothers. Okay, now something extraordinary happened, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, because R.J. Mitchell proposed a design Type 317 intended to carry 14,000 pounds of bombs at high speeds. Approximately, he was claiming that it could do in excess of around, shall we say, 350 miles per hour for a 4-engine bomber. This is what it was ideally proposed to do. But I can't tell you what it would have looked like, but 2 prototypes were almost complete. And ladies, gents, and teddy bears, I know this is a B-17, but Supermarine nearly produced something similar, not exactly like this. I understand this is a B-17. There was a Type 318 with more powerful Bristol Hercules engines, but they were going to choose the Merlin, Rolls-Royce Merlin. Do you know, I can't remember if it was going to be Merlin 66. I can't remember off the top of my head, because of course there were 2 prototypes that were built, and he was given the go-ahead. It was quite remarkable for this. R.J. Mitchell's amazing Type 317, which was going to be the one. So it was the B1236 Air Ministry specification. They didn't get to fly because sadly they were destroyed in a raid, both of them in September of 1940. The estimated performance and stats would have had a wingspan of 97 feet, a wing area of around 1,358 square feet, and it was going to be powered in the end by 4 Bristol Hercules. In the end, the 317. There was a 318 as well as a, but that was the plan, to do around 360 miles per hour. Would have 8 guns, and it could take about 14,000 pounds of bombs. Can you imagine that? It looks similar to this. I've had a look at the plans, but of course they gave that contract to the Short Brothers, who then went on to design and build the Short Stirling bomber. But and sadly, R.J. Mitchell passed away, and that is another reason why it was a bit too far into the production to start all over again from scratch. So Short Brothers were given the go-ahead as a backup. Amazing, right? And then, of course, the next issue was P1336. And P, you know, as you now know, would have been the medium bomber specification. It was put out there to kind of replace the Blenheims and the Hampden as well. And I've got Davey's just sent me a photo, thanks to that. I've got one here, Davey, actually. Look at this. So this led on to a few things. So specification P1336 was given to Avro and he says Handley Page. So let's have a little look. So this is what came about. It was called the Avro Manchester. The specifications required to have a minimum of 8,000 pounds of payload, okay? It needed also, they had this thing where they were going to have catapult assisted takeoffs. I know that was the thing. I think they even specified that it had to be able to dive bomb as well. Had to be all metal and a twin engine bomber, all right? So what happened then? What is going on? Now, if you look at the Avro Lancaster, it didn't actually have a specific Air Ministry specification, but you'll find that it was the same as this, and it was the same as the Handley Page Halifax. So P1336 was the same specification for the Halifax. Hang on a minute, you're probably thinking, well, what's going on there? You said twin engine. I'll explain. It's the same specification as the Manchester. Okay, that was twin engine. And it's the same specification of the Lancaster. So what is going on? Why do these three aircraft, okay, I don't have a Manchester, but it is pretty much this. Okay, it's an Avro Lancaster with two engines, I know. So what's going on here? Well, it's actually to do with the engine. And it's quite remarkable, really. So I'm going to show you our Lancaster for a minute. It's quite remarkable because the prototype Avro 679 and Avro and Roy Chadwick decided to choose, it was, you may read sources that suggest they were forced to have it, but they chose it. They chose the Rolls-Royce Vulture engine. Now, on paper, first of all, it's like two Peregrine engines stuck together to form like an X instead of a V12. So the pistons were forming like an X, and they gave it a roll. They chose the Rolls-Royce Vulture. All right. The Handley Page 56 or the HP 56. The Vulture, they chose the Merlin engine in the end because they originally went for the Rolls-Royce Vulture, and it was actually the engine that was a bit of a fail. Handley Page also came up with the Merlin X engine in their HP 57 with a bit more horsepower, and so on and so on. But we're not here to talk about the Handley Page. We're here to talk about how on earth did the Lancaster come about. Well, you have to look at the Manchester first. Let's have a little look at our Manchester. There's our Manchester there, twin engine, like I said, and it was built and it was given to 207 Squadron, the first squadron to operate the Avro Manchester. And when it first came out, it had a triple fin. Okay, so it had a H-tail, but with an additional centre fin. So 207 Squadron received the Avro Manchester. Okay, and that was in November of 1940. Okay, so you've got to think that year, 1940, the Sterling had already come out in July of 1940, and in August of 1940 the first prototype Manchester took off, and it would have had 3 tails on it. Okay, and just to give you an idea of what it could do, it did have a max speed of 265 miles per hour, had a combat radius of 1,000 nautical miles, fully fueled and loaded. The armament had in excess, I think it was about 10,000 pounds of payload. It did have guns, okay, and it weighed 31,200 empty as well. Had a service ceiling of 19,200 feet. So, you know, it looked good. And the engines, this is the beauty of it. The engines was chosen to have was the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. Now, on paper, they were set to produce a total of 1,760 horsepower. However, things went a little bit wrong. So this is the prototype, and it went to, this is Echo Mike, the markings for 207 Squadron. But what happened? Shall we find out what happened to it? Let's have a little look what happened to it. So let's have a little look. We're going to have a little look inside. So it was almost good. It
it was almost good, but it was actually the engines that actually was a bit of the failure for it. Okay, let's have a little bit more look into that. You right? Okay, thank you. Oh, mate, thanks. Thank you very much. Cheers, man. I'll be back. This is the last one. Oh, thanks, man. Sorry, the burger has arrived and I'm going to have this delicious burger. How you doing? Good, thanks, mate.
I was watching you yesterday on YouTube.
Cool. Oh, good. Thank you.
Seven mile away, you've gone.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, mate.
I see them. Yeah. They're up there. They're up there.
Oh, yeah.
Peacocks.
Mm-hmm.
They're up there.
I got him. Burger in my hand. Hang on.
Good. So yeah, they're one for 50 and two for 20. So
Right.
that's your favourite.
Yeah.
What size? I think smallest is small.
Smallest one. I know. There's like it's only 11, believe it or not, but it's quite a big one. You've got adult sizes.
Yeah, but I can show you what they look like.
Yeah,
They're small.
I'm not sure it is.
How you been? All right.
Yeah, not bad, thank you. Still on it, it's really hot.
They are on the fitted side, so they're about
Yeah. Couple of them. Yeah. Yeah, what do you want? Do you want any teddy bears?
I don't do the teddy bears, but I've also got navy blue as well, so 2 for 20.
You want a couple of t-shirts? Sure. Yeah? Which colours? The navy one?
Yeah.
Yeah? One or two? Two? Yeah, which colour? Yeah? The white one? Yeah, we've got them, yeah. Yeah?
So if you easily pass that, wear that one.
Yes. I'm thinking that. You got the black one?
Yes. Yeah,
We booked it, we got Costa, so trying to do as many as I can this year. I'm not going on any holidays this year, so we'll go to air shows instead. So I was like, fair enough. How do you want to pay?
That's fine.
Is that right?
Yeah, I'll get my phone. Yeah, it is. It's a fine thing to experience.
It's in the rough stuff, so... Did you do it? Yeah, so I think we're going to ship that. Just go there. It's like a free trip. Right.
Yeah, I think so. Cool, you take it easy.
How we doing, ladies? Teddy bears, hope we're all good and well. I'm still here, don't worry. I'll tell you what though, I've got one of these horrible splitting migraines, man. But I'll be alright, I'll keep going. I do get them now and again. Normally it's on the weather, but you know, when it gets all heavy out there, but I'll be alright. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Ted Coningsby channel live here at Ted HQ. That's right, RAF Coningsby. It's been quite a good morning, and lovely to see the memorial livery Spitfire, the converted TR9.
Yeah, sorry I didn't get you all the history there. I had a nice tasty burger to go and chew into, thanks to Pete there, Pete Lawrence, and thank you very much, man. Ted, you right there, mate? There's our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, on the controls. And Emma Portlock, thank you very much for the super, who's put oi oi, and an oi oi to you. Alan Q, thank you very much for your 33 months membership, Guards March, along with your super. Thanks a lot for the super, a Guards March there. And the man from Chorley, there he is, Pete Morrison. Thank you very much for the burger, Guards March. Oi oi, thank you so much for that. And to the gentleman that got me coffee as well this morning, thank you as well. AJ Rylance, high five and a Guards March. Thank you so much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And oh, thanks a lot, Keith Trenchard. Have a drink on us. Thanks a lot for your super, a Guards March to Keith. Thank you very much. Honour to have you on here. The Batter Purple, thank you very much for 11 months. Another month of the best aviation channel around. Debbie Brooks, good to see you on here. Who's part of our fighter squadron. Much respect for that. And a bear hug for you as well. What a special day. Lovely to see you. Bear hug, please. Spitfires are amazing. There you go, bear hug from Ted and your Guards March. Thank you so much. Great to see you on there. Regards to Gary as well. Hope you're good. And I'll never forget the time at Crashgate 2 with that amazing formation with the ME262. That was a very special day. I think it was the first time I've ever met you and Gary. It was just an amazing day. Marky T1203 Guards March. Thanks a lot, Marky, for the super. Doncaster Lass, thank you very much for the 33 months membership. Ian Maccabi, Teabag Supplies, bless your heart. High five for that one. Thanks a lot for your super. The wee Stevie boy, thank you very much for the super. And Greg #1 celebrating their first year. Thanks a lot, Greg, celebrating his first year. Oi oi, oi oi, 1 year with Nikos, Ted and crew. Thank you very much. And one of our regulars, Babs R, high five, Guards March. Thanks a lot, Babs. How's everyone doing? Hope you're all good. Right, let's see. It's heat waves coming in, reminding us of summer coming up. The dreaded heat waves, the jelly that is a nemesis for all photographers. Let's see.
And it can see there as well.
So just gonna do a quick recap, but I'll do it in a bit more of a quicker way. See, now would have been a good time. I don't know why. I'll tell you what, I've got quite a heavy migraine at the minute. It's one of those that really, you know, the ones that just squish, just sort of almost like feels like you're pulling 2G, you know, you feel twice the weight on your head. It's just one of them. So apologies for me describing my problems to you, but I'll get there in the end. I'll get there in the end. See you, take care, bye now. Oh, looks like a runway change. Here we go, runway change time. So this is the runway caravan giving direct communications to ATC as well as visual inspection, positioned usually at the threshold of the runway in use. So as the wind's turned round favouring runway 25, this will now move. So they need to plug it in when they get there. How is it? How you been, man? All right. Had a good one? Oh, yeah.
American.
Oh.
What are you selling here?
Oh, they're my stuff online.
I see that bloke the other week with them coaster things.
Oh, yeah.
He said, I'm not going up there again because that bloke told me off. I said he will do because of crap. I didn't like it.
Oh, no. Yeah, you all good, yeah?
Yeah, good, mate, yeah. Gone over now, look. I'm alright. I've got a t-shirt well, that I keep thinking about wearing. But... I'll sort you out. You sure?
We got service, man.
Well, he's got. Did you get your burger? Not the last two. I'm sorting out.
Thanks, man. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, no, but they're nice for the summer.
Yeah.
How do we?
How much sell these for then?
Online, they're 20.
Ted's in the shop.
Yeah, the bucket. That big one.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, right, cool. All right, no worries.
How much are like the patches?
I wish it was 15p back in the days, maybe a few years ago.
Anything special happening today, or are you just here for a normal day out?
Just my usual day.
Okay.
Just my. There was the nice Spitfire that went out today.
Yeah, it's on the tour though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was nice to catch it. Thanks, Davey.
This will be drink it, boy.
I've got one up if you want, mate.
Nah, you're right.
It's alright, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. It's good for the summer. It's quite nice material.
Yeah, a bit fast though, yeah.
You had a good day?
Yeah, I'm off for 300 already. I'm going in a minute. I'm so glad to do it.
Yeah. Oh, fair play to you.
You watch this regular?
Yeah. Still going after his third year now. Done right.
How much for that?
1600.
Oh, the old.
Yeah, the whole lot. Yeah. It's done in. Yeah. It's done in literally 24 hours.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah. They are good.
Tell you what I've got. It's got through on here. With no room. I'll bring it. Are you here tomorrow?
No, I'll be back next week.
Yeah. I've got one on Lancaster in front.
Oh, right.
It's only like this.
Oh, that'd be cool.
You spending much time at Milton or in Fairfield?
Not yet. Not until it all calms down.
Okay. Yeah. I guess
Yeah.
a bit sensitive, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, I could put it on the bonnet. Yeah, I'll put it on the other side or something. That'd be quite nice.
I reckon it'd fit in the middle here.
That'd be cool.
Here.
Yeah, I'll have a look. I'll pop it on.
I'll bring it.
Yeah, man. Inside the Spitfire, see what they've done. You put that in there, it's brilliant. Oh, it's just little touches like that make it really. Oh dear, those were this one I took the photo of at Hampden before. Yeah, he was good son. He did, yes. Yeah, he did.
You need to bring me some pots.
Oh, right.
You know, Typhoon display box.
Yeah.
Pop it out, give it this.
Yeah.
There's that much green back. I didn't see it. No line on here. There's only one license. They don't want to know, you know, like the coffee yesterday, didn't they? The RAF pretty simple. Hey, you. You're making it pay. See, you know, it's you see that bloke yesterday? He's got rude. I don't know how you do. You got a scanner?
Yeah. I don't have it on all the time because I don't really have any.
Yeah, which one it didn't. See that bloke behind me?
So it looks like we've got a tanker up at the minute. So that should be going over us in a little bit. It's Tartan 3-8.
How you doing, all right?
Not unadjustable, I'm afraid. I think it's just a little small set there. Like log spans and stuff. Log stuff. What you need to do? Was it?
How we doing, ladies, gents, steady bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel.
There's a garage.
Hope we're all good and well. And yes, if you just joined us, I will try again the history, but I doubt I'll get anywhere because I think there's going to be another departure, which is a good thing anyway. Of course, it is always a bit of a gap filler anyway, but it's always interesting to be able to do it. But I do like to, because I do find it, you know, I'm quite passionate about the history. And if you just joined us, welcome to the show. So you haven't missed the history because I didn't get to finish it, but I've got a funny feeling we may get a departure. I can hear an engine spooling in the background, but if you just joined us, welcome. How are we doing? And for those that have tuned in from the get-go this morning, thanks a lot for staying with us today. And if you don't know, the station, built in 1940 on the 4th of November, didn't receive its first residence until the 23rd of February 1941, which was indeed 106 Squadron with Zulu November on their Handley Page Hampden. So the Handley Page Hampden, I'm going to make it a little bit quick. I won't go into too much detail about the Handley Page Hampden, but that was the first aircraft. I'll just give you a quick look at what it looks like. There it is, the Handley Page Hampden there, 4,000 pound of payload, and it was a bit of a fighter bomber. Could also take torpedoes, and it innovated mining, which they called gardening. See, I can't even make this short. I still have to go into full details. Crazy, innit? But there we go. Nicknamed the flying suitcase and the flying tadpole because of its 3 foot wide, 1 meter fuselage, which was enough to, well, if you were a fear of flying, well, you're going to have another job of a bit of a claustrophobic situation. So it had a bit of a nickname, but it was the bridge, like I said, to lead on to the Bristol Pegasus engines, which was 1,000 horsepower engines there. So the first of its pedigree, 83 Squadron, was the first to actually operate that. And that was at RAF Scampton, so not far away from here. So, but it came out in 1938 under the same specification, under the same Air Ministry specification, and of course the same year as the Vickers Wellington bomber. Very different indeed, very different. The Vickers Wellington could hold an extra 500 pounds of bombs, so maybe an extra general purpose 500 pounder, but ultimately, you know, this Air Ministry specification B932 really paved the way to start having 1,000 horsepower engines. Okay, so before then they were like 630, 650, 680 horsepower. Again, the Mark 1, the very original Wellington bomber also had these Bristol Pegasus engines as well. That was one of the Air Ministry requirements, was to have something to replace. At the time, the leader was kind of like, I think it was the Goshawk engine. It was sub 1,000. This was 1,000 horsepower. But of course, the Vickers Wellington on its Mark II actually had Merlin engines, and then Mark III and its main variants all had the Bristol punchy, well, actually don't call it a punchy Hercules, but it was the more punchier Bristol Hercules engine. So really, really powerful engines, around 1,500 horsepower, but there were of course different variants of that as well. So I'm going to keep it, like I said, I'll do my best to keep this sweet and neat, but I didn't get a chance to tell you a little bit about the Manchester, but many of you would know about the Manchester quite well to what it led on to. But anyway, 23rd of Feb 1941, 106 Squadron arrived. They took their first mission on the 1st into the 2nd of March of 1941. So it took about 3 months for the first squadron to arrive. And the Coningsby, by the way, opened with grass runways, not your hardened Class A, you know, the triangular configured runways. It started off life with a grass runway. So on the 3rd of March 1941 into the night of the 4th of March, unfortunately Coningsby suffered its first ever loss. So their first aircraft loss was X3002, and sadly the loss of all 4 crew. On the 15th of March, 106 Squadron were joined by 97 Squadron, and indeed their markings were Oscar Foxtrot during the Second World War, and they were equipped with the Avro Manchester. Now again, I never got to finish this off for you, but I'm feeling okay at the moment. But just to give you an idea, 207 Squadron were the first to operate the Avro Manchester. There we go, there's our Manchester, and it is a 207 Squadron. Echo Mike were their markings, but although 97 Squadron also operated the Manchester from Waddington, they actually arrived here, okay, in 1941 and joining 106 Squadron, so that was kind of cool. However, maybe I'll do the Manchester story another day. Maybe that might be better. Should we do that? Should we do that with the Manchester, or do you want to hear more about it? Let me know before I go into full detail of the Manchester. So yeah, 15th of March, 106, joined by 97 Squadron. I think we've got our Voyager. Cheers, man.
It's hard, isn't it? 16,000.
God, that's up. Yeah, I'm not going to get that.
Quick line. Is that quick line?
Okay. Yeah, I'll leave that one. It's a neck breaker. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Yeah, so the Manchester, the Avro Manchester that it was called, it was the Avro 679 with the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines, and it was the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines that were to give havoc. It was actually chosen by Avro, and you know, the crew, the team, to actually choose that for the Manchester. But also with the Air Ministry specification that the Manchester had, there was another company that were making a twin engine bomber, because that was the specification to P1336. So P13/36, that was the Air Ministry specification for a twin engine bomber, okay, all metal, and it had to have certain requirements, and one of them was to be all metal, had to have an 8,000 pounder payload at minimum, so 8,000 pounder bombs, and there was a few others like dive bombing, which I think was scrapped in the end, and also had to be catapult assisted. The Air Ministry and the Bomber Command, I think they were trying to even the Sterling was to have that requirement, but of course I don't think they actually used that in the end. But Handley Page, you may notice that the Halifax, in the form of prototypes HP 56 was actually a twin-engined variant, first of all, and they were initially going to choose the Vulture engine. Luckily, they didn't, because it was indeed the Vulture engine that caused the problems of the Manchester. So, in a nutshell, what happened to the Manchester? Well, I'm going to just show you a photo of the Manchester. There we go. Oh gosh, might need to zoom out. So, you need to understand the problems because it also affected Coningsby. This aircraft was grounded several times. In fact, between 6 and 12 times it was grounded because it had and was riddled with a series of problems. So during 1941, let's have a look. The first mission, actually, 24th to the 25th in February of 1941, the Manchester actually took its first ever mission. On the 13th of March 1941, the first Manchester was lost. 13th of May 1941. By this time, there was a series of prototypes that were out as well. First of all, BT-308, you may recall, on the 9th of January of 1941, a 4-engine version of this was to take off. Now, it was going to be called the Manchester Mark III. And before I tell you about the DG595 Avro 683, which was the second prototype, this was to become the Lancaster. So in a nutshell, if I just tell you the problems that it had, you'll be surprised to know that it was indeed the whole point of becoming the Lancaster. So 90-foot wingspan, the Avro Manchester, and originally had a third tail fin. Okay, this was about 1.5 meters less in width. Okay, the H still featured that, and it had a few creatures of comfort. First of all, the Manchester. So twin-engine Rolls-Royce Vulture, and on paper it was set to have a power of 1,760. That's quite impressive. It had 10,380 pounds of payload it can take. It had a service ceiling of just over 19,000, about 19,200, and it was pretty, it was pretty quick as well. It was very good in speed of 265 miles per hour. It looked good, but it was to run into a series of problems, and luckily for Handley Page, they didn't choose it, although their first marks of and series of Halifaxes had a few issues of their own. But first of all, back to the Manchester. So it had a 90-foot wingspan, so 12 foot less than the Lancaster, but there was a few Air Ministry requirements on this that actually gave them a bit of comfort, because in the leading edge of the wings there was an opening, a duct, to actually feed some warm air for the crew. I know, but you got to remember that this is quite new, to actually think about giving a bit of comfort to the brave men that were going out into combat. So this was heated, or at least the Manchester was. There was also armoured plating around, so you may see on the back of a Manchester seat there was these yellow circles. That's where the metal plating would be, and behind the cockpit as well was actually facilities to go to the bathroom. I know, they even had folding seats as well. Can you believe that? Because, it was led to understand that finally that a happy crew and a more comfortable crew is a more successful crew. So the Manchester started off with a crew of 5, then up to a 6, and then 7. A few situations here, the bomb aimers position, it was quite restricted. They couldn't see where the bombs had fallen, so this gave way to this that massive dome, perspex dome in the front as well. But the problems were indeed the engine, the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines, which was in effect two Rolls-Royce Peregrine engines stuck together, two ends stuck together to form a more powerful engine. Right, so what happened to this engine? Well, first of all, the ball bearings that would literally in essence would need lubricating, okay, for the piston rods. They would actually lack being lubricated, actually start to heat up. Yes, I did look a bit more details of the ball bearings of why they were heating up. It seemed to have a problem with getting oil into there, and piston rods would also shoot out, so that's another problem. And also the ball bearings would heat up and then catch fire. And don't forget, this was a twin engine bomber at the time, called the Manchester. The Manchester Mark I had the tail, but the rear gunners thought that was a bit of a the dorsal turret was a bit of a problem because of, you know, you've got to think about the extra fin there made it difficult. I mean, what's the point in having a, you know, if you haven't got that clear view as well, you may end up shooting your own. But obviously they had a method of not being able to actually physically do that. However, that was another modification later. So the Mark 1A Manchester did away with the central fin and actually extended this by 3 meters, meter and a half outwards, forming the H that we have today. Okay, so piston rods will start flying out. Now, the Royal Air Force were bringing out a 4,000-pound cookie bomb. Who on earth would want to be in an aircraft, yet alone with a 4,000-pound cookie bomb with piston rods shooting all over the place? I wouldn't want to be in there, okay? So not only have you got the perils of going into combat, you've also got the perils of piston rods shooting out everywhere. Also another change and a bridge for this aircraft as well, for all monoplane bombers, all metal, to lead the way in such ways. The actual fuselage itself was a massive open casing. 2 reasons: one, to allow for more payload, and 2, to actually have the fuel tanks inside the wings this time, because what used to happen is that the fumes inside the fuselage would have a bit of a, you know, start to not be a nice place to be, basically. So the engines cause problems, and also the disability to actually feather your engines. What does that mean? Feathering an engine when it's in trouble allows you to actually run your aircraft on one engine, which is actually, you know, it's a bit of a lifesaver. Just to give you some specs, really, you know, about what was going on during that time, because it is important to know a little bit about the Manchester, because, like I said, in 1941, 9th of January of 1941, although deemed to be the first ever flight of the Lancaster, it was actually destined to become a Manchester Mark III. The name hadn't really come to it yet. So this is it. So obviously Roy Chadwick decided to, you know, not give up. Now, here's the thing, that Air Ministry specification, like I said, didn't have one for the Lancaster, and you'll also notice that the Handley Page Halifax also has the same specification as the Manchester as well. What happened is that specification had a bit of a leeway to evolve, so they both came up with the 4-engine bomber. The Halifax, of course, went on to do different things. It did have Merlin engines, yes indeed, and then eventually went on to the Bristol Hercules engines. Luckily for Handley Page, they didn't choose the Vulture, although they had their own problems, such as the kidney fins on the sides. They actually caused the aircraft to lose control and go into a deep dive when they were trying to evade enemy fighters. Okay. Also, the Manchester would also spark at night as well, start to cause sparks, which would illuminate you. If the enemy radar wasn't good enough, you'd be spotted with sparks everywhere. So it wasn't that, you know, that brilliant really, but DG 595, the nearest it came, and they already had their hearts set on a name, which was indeed the Avro Lancaster. I know, right? How cool is that? So there was 193 operational Manchesters. Okay, it took part in 1,269 sorties. They lost 78 Manchesters in action. 45 were lost in non-operational sorties. I know. So 45 crashes, 1 even here on takeoff, and 30 were caused due to engine failure of those 45. That is the status. So Roy Chadwick didn't give up, and what he did, he ended up going for the engine that Supermarine Spitfires were using, the Merlin 20. But to fit 4 of those, he increased the wingspan by 6 for either side, and pretty much this gave birth in DG 595 with the Circle P prototype. I think that was a Boscombe down, and it entered service. Well, technically Waddington received it with number 44 Squadron at Waddington, and that was on Christmas Eve of 1941. So really important to know what actually happened. There was about 202 airframes that were ever made, and like I said, 193 of those were actually operational. The others were a mixture of prototypes, etc. So it was grounded 6 to 12 times. And the problem here with Coningsby is that you had 97 Squadron operating this, 106 Squadron operating the Handley Page Hampden, and the problem was that 106 Squadron would go on their own, and 106 Squadron were actually going to convert to the Manchester. So if it wasn't, so imagine if the Manchester ended up having different engines. Imagine that. We probably wouldn't maybe have got the Lancaster. You know, you've got to think about that in some ways, you know. So it's quite interesting to realise that due to the perils of the due to the perils of the engine, you know, it led on to the evolution of the Avro Lancaster. I mean, the Halifax, you know, that came out in November 1940, but that had its own teething problems as well. And like I said, the kidney, you'll notice kidney-shaped fins on the Halifax. When they were avoiding enemy fighters, sometimes it will lose control and go into an uncontrollable and non-remedied dive. It would actually go into what do you call it? Oh gosh, I forgot the word. Sorry. I actually forgot the word I'm looking for. It's a type of dive where it spins. Sorry, I've completely gone blank. It go into like they couldn't get out of a deep dive basically from losing control. The other factors is when after the Augsburg raid of April the 17th of 1942, they actually switched to night bombing. Flat spin, thank you, that's the one. They went into a flat spin. Thanks, Davey, you legend. So they changed the fins to these to remedy the flat spin. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. I've got really bad migraine. The other thing as well with the Halifax, after the Augsburg raid, when they said, right, we're going to have to switch to night bombing, the Hercules engines had an incredible flameage going on their engines, okay? And that, they didn't think about that in the day, because obviously if you have a candle, okay, there is no shadow of the flame because it's a source of light. Well, the thing is, flames in the day, you know, really didn't matter, but flames by night did. And there's several accounts of Luftwaffe pilots talking about aiming for 4 flames, and that was in reference to the 4 flames at night. They did, in the end, remedy this problem by adding on the exhaust these dampeners, but they were very, very draggy. It may not look a lot, but trust me, even an air leak on the cockpit would actually cause drag, and that will actually cause speed loss. And drag not only slows you down, but actually, in a way, in essence, actually is a lot more fuel hungry, because you need to get more power just to get to the same speed that you were normally at. So there you go. It's just something that I think that it's quite important to talk about. It's really important to understand the Avro Manchester, of why and how. So the why is, why did it fail, and how did it evolve into the Lancaster? And that's exactly that. So there we go. On the 15th, and that was on the 15th of March when 97 Squadron joined 106 with the Manchesters. So during the first few months, though, as I mentioned, 106 Squadron was starting to have their own problems, because 106 Squadron had the highest losses of Hampdens as a squadron. They were the highest losses. They were the highest Hampden loss rate squadron. And they would usually go on their own because the Manchester was grounded, so 97 couldn't fly anymore. There was even sources to suggest that 97 Squadron actually went back to the very aircraft they converted away from. They actually started to take on missions in the Hampdens again. So April the 10th into the 11th of 1941, 106 Squadron was sent on a small-scale raid on Dusseldorf. 2 more Hampdens were lost again. I'll have to get you the facts and figures, but it was not very good, especially, you know, to have a reputation of becoming, you know, you've got the highest losses of any Hampden squadron is not very good by night. and they were usually claimed by night fighters. The 8 men that were lost on that Dusseldorf raid lay side by side in a Dutch cemetery where they were lost. In July and August, 106 Squadron lost a total of 15 aircraft. In August of 1941, Hampden AE-193, piloted by Sergeant Leon, was heading home from a raid on Duisburg when disaster struck. Both Olympus Pegasus engines failed whilst 40 miles out over the North Sea near the island of Texel in the Netherlands. Leon managed to land the Hampden on the sea. All of his crew managed to scrape and scramble into a life-saving dinghy. Now, the rescue didn't come, and also you got the perils of having enemy aircraft above you trying to strafe you as well. That did happen, and enduring the rough seas, heavy pounding rain, the sharpness and unforgiving cold weather for 2 days. And then they had another 2 days out there, so they spent 4 days out at sea, but it was completely the opposite, dehydrating in the blazing sun. They tried desperately to paddle. Now, how did they do that? They used the parachute harness and made their own sail by using their flying jackets. Pretty clever. Aircraft did fly above them. Ships were... Thanks, Davey. Ships were spotted in the distance, but they weren't spotted at all. Now, all hope was lost and their dinghy capsized, but they managed to get to the shore. They were washed ashore, and they lived on just raw shellfish with no fresh water. But the next day they were found by fishermen, but they were handed over to the German officials. The crew received medical treatment and were POWs. 97 Squadron were having a better time though with their Manchesters. On the 8th to the 9th of April 1941, 97 Squadron took to the skies in their new... Oh, thanks Davey for that. Took to the skies in their new aircraft on a night raid. Davey's got some facts for me here. Total operations resulted of 1,077 crew killed, 739 reported missing. Is that... Hang on, Davey's just sent me a bit. I think Davey's given me some facts on the... let me just check. Thanks, Davey. Davey always on the case. Hampden Aircraft and Royal Air Force look. Loss rate, 714 aircraft lost on operations, nearly half of the 1,432 ever built. Wow. Is that as a... I think that's as a total, Davey, right? I wonder how many of 106 Squadron... So on the 8th to the 9th of April 1941, 97 Squadron took to the skies in their new aircraft. They converted to the Manchester, all right, for a raid, the largest raid by Bomber Command on Kiel. But the Manchester, again, suffering lots of problems, and there was a crash here at Coningsby on takeoff. Many were lost after the raids. You see, the Manchester was actually quite a good aircraft, not the engine. Okay, usually it wasn't uncommon to, you know, have aircraft on the inbound, okay, having problems with the engines, and that was the thing. Also, another story as well to tell you. Sorry, just before they converted to the Manchester, on the 2nd of October 1941, AD 768, a Hampden raid on Karlsruhe near Frankfurt. Sergeant Newby was in his Hampden. Filthy weather close to the target kind of made the target almost impossible to see, and they were ordered to abort the raid. However, Sergeant Newby was like, no, I'm just 5 minutes away. He decided to carry on. He managed to bomb his target, but on the way back he was met with lots of night fighters, ME-110s, and they obliterated his Hampden, but it still managed to evade it. And they were over the land somewhere, but they weren't really sure. Because they were over land, they had a rough idea where they were. They bailed and they landed in Republic of Ireland. Now the problem is, or not a problem in one way, but they were neutral. So being neutral, that means they were interned and spent the rest of the Second World War interned in a prison. I think one of the crew was Canadian, and they tried to reach out and get them out. Also, eventually 97 Squadron, they were going to move to a new station. Now, with all the issues the Manchester was having, 106 Squadron, when they converted to the Manchester in early 1942, by February 1942, Coningsby Satellite Station Woodhall Spa was complete with hardened runways, and they were in the Class A configuration, that triangle letter A. as well. So the reason for that, so any airfield after December 1940 were to be made with hardened Class A configured runways. That was the Air Ministry string. All right, so they decided to do it that way. So Coningsby had a satellite station not far from here. It could even be about 5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flying to the north from here. And it was indeed Woodhall Spa, which is actually synonymous and a very important station for the Royal Air Force's 617 Squadron. In fact, 617 Squadron, although they formed at Scampton, actually did most of their operations at Woodhall Spa. So 97 Squadron were going to move there because eventually Coningsby was too going to have a Class A hardened runway. Now the Avro Lancaster was ready to come out, especially that was the year 1942, although arriving at RAF Waddington in December, Christmas Eve to be exact, of 1941. So 1942, year of the Lancaster, and it was decided to convert the squadrons here to the Lancaster. So the Avro Lancaster were operating out of Woodhall Spa, as Coningsby's runways weren't really suitable for the heavy bomber. However, a new type of aircraft required the crew to be trained on it, so 97 Squadron formed a heavy conversion flight, bit like an OCU but for the Lancaster. A second heavy conversion unit formed for 106 Squadron to train them on the Lancaster also, so they kind of formed a OCU at RAF Woodhall Spa so they can operate the Lancaster over there. Eventually 97 Squadron did move to Woodhall Spa, and during bad weather aircraft were actually being used from Woodhall Spa instead of Coningsby as well. 106 Squadron didn't have the best start in the Manchesters when they did so, with missions being aborted, but did get their first sortie in their new aircraft on the 20th of March 1942. It was Warrant Officer Merrills who successfully planted their mines off keel. So 1942, 106 Squadron was to have a new wing commander, aged just 23, so not very old. In fact, the youngest wing commander of Bomber Command, Guy Gibson, took command of the squadron. That's 106, increasing the morale of the squadron. He didn't like desk jobs, and some people actually genuinely, probably in the jealousy of him being very young, you know, he had all sorts of names being called, but he wasn't the young. He was the youngest. But he didn't like desk jobs, and Gibson got himself back into flying operations with mine laying in the Baltics, and on the 26th of April 1942 he did just that with 3 more sorties in the Manchester during the following weeks. Now Gibson was a great commander and a great pilot for the squadron. He was actually highly recognised for his 18 night sorties, which 6 were consecutive. The squadron was improved and performance was noted by analysts of 5 Bomber Command and the Air Ministry. Now I think it was here and his performance here that really gave him that sort of, like, you know, little sort of inspection, shall we say. He was really been noticed here. So this, you know, Coningsby played a very important part for Wing Commander Guy Gibson and his career, which probably was the fact why he was chosen to become the you know, the wing commander of Squadron X, which we all know as 617 Squadron. On the 30th of May 1942, Coningsby's aircraft took part in the 1,000 bomber raids over Cologne, which 3 of those were night raids against the German cities. The problem is with the 1,000 bomber raid, well, we didn't really have 1,000 bombers, but the Coastal Command didn't say yes to the first 2. And they did on the last one in the summer. We actually had to use Training Command's aircraft as well with their bombers, and also it was given the go-ahead that if you were nearly qualified in a heavy conversion unit, you were given, it was basically sped up. It was like, yeah, you're fine, you're nearly done. So they actually took part 1,000 bomber raid. 599 actually were those were Wellingtons. There was about 1,047 aircraft. I think about 47 aircraft were lost, where if you put that as a ratio, that's actually quite good. Eventually, in mid-1942, 106 Squadron took their last mission at Coningsby before moving to Syerston, while Coningsby was closing to upgrade its grass runways. Now, we're stood right now on the original station. There's a hard stand behind me, those frying pans behind me. And if you have a look on Google Maps, you can see how large the airfield was, how large the station was. But it's kind of shrunk in modern days, and I know, it's quite amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. So the transformation to the new runways, and so Coningsby was closed, but the squadrons were operating from their, well, some were operating from Woodhall Spa, so 97 were at Woodhall Spa, and if you go to the Petwood, you'll know that 97 Squadron and their officers were there. How cool is that? So the transformation of the new runways meant that flying ceased for nearly a year. September 1942 it closed, but it reopened in August of 1943. During the time, a 5-group training school, 5-group G equipment school, and even Bomber Command's field cookery school took residence here and made use of the facilities at Coningsby whilst the runways were being constructed. Class A configured runways are quite useful because if you have one damaged through wear and tear or battle damage, of been attacked, then there were other runways you could use. Also, strong crosswinds, it meant you've got 6 directions of travel to avoid some strong crosswinds. So it gave you a lot more choice, basically. So 106 Squadron eventually, though, they moved to Metheringham. So if you go to Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre, you'll notice Zulu November. Zulu November is your squadron markings for 106 Squadron. There you go. It's nice that you can spot that. So if you ever go there and you see ZN, Zulu November, you'll be like, aha, that is 106 Squadron. They spent 3 years, and I believe Wing Commander Guy Gibson was also over there as well. In the spring of 1943, first to use the new runways were 1514 beam approach training flight with the Avro Anson and Airspeed Oxford. The beam approach training helped pilots learn to land in poor visibility using the beam approach system. So finally, on the 25th of August 1943, Coningsby was back in Bomber Command operations, and the famous 617 Squadron, they actually arrived here with the Lancasters. So Lancasters were stationed here, and it's nice, although it's not here at the moment, it's got to have its major overhaul. The Lancaster returning here in 1976 is actually quite a nice thing to have. So 619 Squadron, no, they swapped with 617. So 619 were at Woodhall Spa, and they moved here and swapped with 617. So 617 Squadron, their officers went to the Petwood. How cool is that? Yes, the Petwood, where we have our Ted Coningsby parties. If you haven't got your tickets, they're still available. We've still got tickets available, and I know for a fact that many of you love the Ted Coningsby's TIAT party. This will be our 4th one. So 61 Squadron also made Coningsby the home, and both 61 and 619 took to the skies in raids here with the Lancaster. So Coningsby was literally quite a distinctive Lancaster bomber airfield. Now we're going to go forward to D-Day, because on D-Day Coningsby took part. 97 Squadron returned back to Coningsby, and on the night, on the 6th, well, on the 5th into the 6th of June 1944, the Normandy campaign, D-Day, began. And 18 Lancasters of 97 Squadron took to the skies, ladies and gents, and teddy bears. Here we go. So these Lancasters, they would have had Oscar Foxtrot. And 97 Squadron, lest we forget, ladies, gents, teddy bears, because they were going to become the first losses, Royal Air Force casualties of D-Day, and it was Zebra flight. Lancaster, flown by Wing Commander Jimmy Carter, DFC. They were in good spirits to fly, as the mission wasn't too deep into enemy territory. You've got to remember the likes of the Augsburg raid, the Berlin raids, all the way into there. This was just off the coast. So they were in good spirits. In fact, Wing Commander Guy Gibson, thanks Davey for that, actually joked and said, thank God I'm not in OTU now, Operational Training Unit. Why? Because it was deemed to become more dangerous, I guess, but also the fact that they were going to see a more of a safer option into a bombing raid. This flight would actually cost Wing Commander Jimmy Carter his life. He was Jimmy Carter DFC as well, having been awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross. They set off at 0256 from Coningsby's runway. Now, I want you to understand who they were going to be up against, ladies and gents. Let's have a look. up against them was going to be a hardcore squadron, and you don't mess with them with their with their FW-190s. Across the channel, a German night fighter pilot named Hauptmann Helmut Eberspacher, and he was of number 1 SKG-10. Sorry, I just thought I'd seen a deer across the runway. He was sitting on alert. Now, SKG-10 was a Luftwaffe fast bomber ground attack unit equipped with the Focke-Wulf 190. They were G3s and G8s. Now, Eberspacher, he was a holder of the Iron Cross, first and second class, and he had been promoted to the to Staffelkapitan, to lead 3rd Staffel on the 1st Grouper in May. Now, SKG-10, they flew hit and run fighter bomber missions with their FW-190s over southern England by day and by night. Now, due to the lack of regular night fighters in France and in view of increasing number of night bombing missions being flown by the Royal Air Force against French targets, from April 1944 the FW-190s of SKG-10 were also employed on what's called Wilde Sau. That means, in German, it means wild boar. They were free-ranging night fighter missions against the British bombers on brighter moonlit nights, and it was for this purpose that Eberspacher and some of his pilots were sitting on alert at Evru. Now, I'm going to tell you something. Oh, we're going to get a nice view of a Typhoon just taxiing past. Let's have a look at this Typhoon. Pretty cool. So, the moon, it can be your enemy and it can also be your friend as well. It can light up your targets, but it can also light you up. Now, night fighters, for both RAF, United States Army Air Force, whichever, whatever side you're on, you've got to remember night fighting. You've got to think of the technology they've got. I mean, today we've got IRST, infrared search and track. You've got these fancy helmets. You could look through your aircraft. I mean, imagine trying to explain to a World War II pilot that you can actually use your helmet to lock onto targets. Think about what I always say about evolution of tactics. Wilde Sau was something else. But first of all, German night fighters, they would have green or yellow flares to try to light up the bombers, okay? And it would only take one destruction of one bomber to light up the rest of them, okay? So you got to remember, radar wasn't as advanced as what we got today, but Wilde Sau took it to the next level. Have you ever used a light box? Have you ever, did a little bit of tracing on a light box? Now, flak, that German anti-aircraft fire, the 88mm destructive anti-aircraft fire. When it pops, it's quite bright. The thing is, moon can also light up your target. So every time a Lancaster or any aircraft would go into a field of flak, you're going to light it up for a little bit. But then what happens on a cloudy night? And what happens on a moonlit night? Well, what they did, they used the low cloud as a bit of a light box. If you've got your 190 above the cloud, okay, and if you've got flak shining underneath with the moon above it, it actually lights up a silhouette of the Lancaster. It was extremely clever. So basically what I'm saying is, if the Lancaster would go below the cloud to do a bombing run, okay, the flak would hit to a certain point. Above would be the FW-190s, and each explosion of the flak with the moonlight would actually make a silhouette of a Lancaster. Do you understand how amazing that is to even think that? But the perils would be is that the fact that FW-190s did come under their own fire, and there were reports of them getting attacked. So they just literally go, thank you very much, seen a silhouette, and attack. And half the time, probably most of the time at night, Lancaster crew wouldn't have known what was going on. That is the level of these Wilde Sau pilots. Very, very daring. Meanwhile, back on D-Day, Carter and his crew had dropped their bombs on the target. They turned for home. They were doing well. That's it. But Eberspacher, in his FW-190, shortly after 0500, headed for home, but was spotted at 5 in the morning. The bomber crew probably never saw the FW-190s and never knew what hit them. Eberspacher spotted several Lancasters silhouetted against the moonlit clouds below him. Eberspacher went back into the days of nights of Wildeshauer. He's seen the Lancaster lit up thanks to the moon. He dived down on Carter's Z Zebra flight and attacked the Lancasters from the blind spot, avoiding engaging the bomber from any other angle out of healthy respect for the RAF gunners. At just 5:04, a transmission from Carter on force radio frequency, acknowledging a message from the master bomber, was suddenly cut short. Cannon shells and machine gun fire from the FW-190 ripped into the underside of the Lancaster, causing immediate catastrophic damage, probably wounding and killing the men on board and setting the bomber on fire. It was almost impossible to imagine the adrenaline, the fear, the pumping terror that would be felt by the bomber crew on receiving end of a sustained burst of cannon fire from completely unforeseen foe. The FW-190s in just a few minutes took out another 3 Lancasters. You know, I often say this, and it was a quote from one of the ground crew and pilots and crew of World War II. It is hours of boredom, moments of horror, lest we forget. So this is a corporate air travel aircraft, CAT, hence the call signs will be Moggy or Felix. This is a corporate air travel for BAE Systems. Davey, don't worry mate, I won't say that on the show. Cheers for that, man. Thanks. Okay, here we go. The Embraer ERJ. I think this is the 1.3. Is this the newer one, isn't it? I can't remember if this is the ERJ 135. Such a good climb rate as well. Look at this. Look at that. Beautiful, right? Yeah.
thanks a lot, Davey, for that. 135. Yeah, because we used to get the other one, didn't we? RJ145. This one's the 135. So the Typhoon. So I didn't give you any details on the Typhoon because I did that yesterday. So I thought I'd give you a full-on dose of Coningsby's history. We also had, I mean, I know there's a lot of you that love this aircraft, and I don't blame you. It is a multi-role aircraft, and it was really pretty much a head-to-head with the P-38 Lightning, but it was actually the, I don't know, I think it was the world's first multi-role aircraft. Okay, so if you're a P-38 fan, you may disagree, but it did enter, I believe the P-38 entered maybe just a month before the Mosquito. But anyway, nevertheless, we're not here to, you know, pick at aircraft here like that, because we're not that type of channel. But what we are here to say is any, you know, good facts, and one good fact is that the Mosquito was an absolutely beautiful multi-role aircraft. It wasn't a you know, a dedicated bomber. In fact, it could do anything from ground attacks, bombing, to a night fighter, reconnaissance, anything you want. And in 1944, Mosquito squadrons began operating out of Coningsby, and another you know, fateful day on the 19th of September of 1944. 5 Group Bomber Command were given a bombing mission to use Mosquitoes for the mission over Bremen. But Gibson was actually given the opportunity to lead and take part in the raid, but did not use a Mosquito at Coningsby. Instead, he went to Woodhall Spa. Now, there are lots of questions as to what happened exactly that day, even down to why he flew KB267, a 657 Squadron Mosquito. Now, the raid went ahead and completed, but there were, you'll find lots of sources, from running out of fuel to being shot down. But what is 100% is that Gibson's Mosquito, when it was heading back home over the Netherlands, his aircraft was seen crashing at Steenbergen at around 22:30 after the raid. Now, Gibson flew 171 operational missions, shot down 4 enemy aircraft during his time as a night fighter with 29 Fighter Squadron. He was just 26 when he died. Now, you've got to remember, 23 years old when he was a wing commander. In those 3 years, how much he accomplished. 97 and 83 Squadron were operating the Avro Lincoln here, which was the successor to the Avro Lancaster. And there were also further Mosquito squadrons making Coningsby their home in 1946. Squadrons such as 109 Squadron and also 139 Squadron. Again, a squadron that we talk about in our Lost Airfields quite a lot. In 1950, Coningsby received the Boeing Washington. What is that? The Boeing Washington is actually a B-29. It's not uncommon to have a different name in a different air force. For example, the Boeing Fortress was a B-17. The A-20 Boston, right? That was a Havoc in the United States Air Force. We called them Bostons. So it wasn't uncommon for that. I think there was a few others as well. I think even, I'll just try, is it the Dauntlet in the US Navy? Did they have a different name for that for the Army? I might be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not, thank you. Yes, they went on to fly, number 15 Squadron were there here to fly the Boeing Washington, but they were also the first to fly RAF Coningsby's first ever jet aircraft. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, in 1953, RAF Coningsby received the English Electric Canberra. Squadrons such as 9, 12, 15 and 249 Squadron were operating the English Electric Canberra here as a medium bomber. Now, the 60s saw an influx of the V-Force, and well, one aircraft that many of you love as well is the Avro Vulcan. That's not to take away the Victor and the Valiant, but the Vulcan was here in 62 to 1964, but in 1964 the Vulcans left for Cottesmore. Now, over here, just to bring you back some memories, the crew bus, the Vulcans were parked up. Let's have a look. I saw a picture of the blue crew bus sat there where that runway caravan is, and you would have had some Vulcans there on standby, for example. It's kind of nice to actually see where they would have been parked. The Canberra was soon to be replaced. Now, the Canberra actually replaced the Mosquito, which I felt was a good choice. Not choice to replace it, but a good choice of aircraft to replace it with.
Now it was time for the Canberra to be replaced. The number one choice was indeed the TSR2, but if we go on too much, there'll be a complete chaos on the chat room. The next option was the F111K, which was the F111 Aardvark. There were many nearly built, and something happened to the market where the dollar was, it doubled. It was supposed to say, let's say 5 million per unit, F111s. It was now 9 million per unit, almost double, and it was literally not a viable choice. So that was scrapped. So the Canberra had been operating here for 15 years, and finally a big change happened for the Royal Air Force as well. Bomber Command finished in 1968, and in 1969 it was time for a new era for Coningsby as well. It was no longer a bomber station. It became an FGR2, that's right, the Phantom arrived. The Spey engine Phantom arrived. It was number 6 Squadron that arrived here from Akrotiri. Number 6 Squadron with their Phantoms. They arrived here. They were the first to change the concept of Coningsby. 1969. There we go. So most of these, in fact, most of them, apart from them being disbanded, the squadrons actually from here in the Phantoms actually moved to Wattisham, which was indeed RAF Wattisham, to take on the QRA role off the English Electric Lightning that was over at Wattisham. So squadrons include 228 Squadron, that was the operational conversion unit, 41 Fighter Squadron between 72 and 77 here with the Phantoms, 29 Fighter, they disbanded, 23 Fighter and 56 Fighter. Now these squadrons moved to Wattisham. Now Wattisham, prior to those Phantoms arriving, it was the English Electric Lightning that was taking on the QRA role, but that changed to the Phantom. The BBMF arrived here in 1976. We also seen a spell of Jaguars and Harriers. Yes, we had Harrier jump jets here, and that's quite remarkable really to have that. 41 Squadron were operating those here. The Tornado F3 as well arrived in 1984, 29 Squadron being the first to operate such aircraft. And although 17 Squadron received the Typhoon, the new concept, the Typhoon took its first flight in 1994 in March. I think it was March the 27th, 1994. It was the DA1. You may see DA1. There's DA1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A concept to bring a new era for the fighter skies. That's right. Warton Aerodrome, where that Embraer is going. Warton Aerodrome, 17 Squadron were training on the Typhoon, along with number 29, who were chosen to become the operational conversion unit. Ladies and Teddy Bears, 2 years later, 19th of May of 2005, RAF Coningsby had the Typhoon, and it's here today. Oh yeah. Had a different role though. It was called an F2. See, it had a different role, okay? F for fighter. Now we've got FGR4. We've also got a T3. F for fighter, G for ground attack, R for reconnaissance, because the Typhoon is multi-role. It can switch role just like that. Normally you have to configure it, all the electronics, computer stuff, but this can be configured just like that. And here it is. So today, I'm not going to tell you anything really about the Typhoon, because I did all that yesterday. So you'll have to tune in yesterday. It's good to mix it up. So I managed to get the full history done, and my migraine has gone. I have been taking some medicine. In fact, I'll have another swig of water before I commence. Yeah, just been staying hydrated. that's better. Yeah, sorry about that, bringing my migraine problems to you. And yeah, it's really important to stay hydrated this time of year. Don't get caught out, even though sometimes it feels cold. That sun still burning away. Right, well that's a good sound. Typhoon's just starting up. Well, I hope you're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And again, if you'd like to know what air shows that we're going to and events, don't forget the No Teds are still going. They are for larger events. So tedconingsby.co.uk. And don't forget to... Actually, that's a good point. Do you know what? I don't have the tickets for our TIA on our website, so maybe I'll that's something for me to work on tonight. Let's get them on. Look it up. Take care. So, RAF Coningsby has 5 Typhoon squadrons, ladies, gents and teddy bears. This one here that we're looking at, let's have a look, let me have a quick look. So this is the main ASP. You will usually have 29 Squadron, which is the operational conversion unit for the Typhoon here at Coningsby. Now, the F-35B also has an operational conversion unit. In fact, there's an operational conversion unit for all aircraft, pretty much. Number 207 Squadron, who were the first to receive the Avro Manchester, based at RAF Marham. They are the operational conversion unit for the F-35B. So there we go. So 29 Squadron will teach the latest and greatest airmen. Now, let's have a quick look at 29 Squadron. They formed, that's right, all the way in November, I know, of 1915. I mean, how cool is that? All the way then. Their motto, Impega et Acer, which is Latin for energetic and keen. The unit was first raised as a reserve squadron. So they formed at Gosport. I'm trying to remember little bits and pieces that I can for you. They were flying aircraft such as the Royal Aircraft Factory BE2, the Airco DH2 Pusher, etc. Things like that. Okay. They've had Victoria Crosses awarded to some of their pilots. It was to Captain James McCudden, again 29 Squadron, which was gazetted on the 2nd of April 1918. Now, another thing you'll notice about 29 Squadron's history, not only were they a night fighter squadron, and again they had Guy Gibson before he was a wing commander, they had at least 26 aces, or at least 26 aces who served with the squadron from World War I. Amazing. Off the top of my head, Edgar G. Davis, Thomas Sinclair Harrison, Arthur Reed, Darcy Fowlis Hilton, Sidney Brown, of course McCudden, Walter Bertramwood, Christopher Venter and Alfred Shepherd, a total of 26 in total. Okay, they also were operating soft with Snipes, Gloucester Greaves, Hawker Demons, and then eventually the Gloucester Meteor, the Javelin, and English Electric Lightning, and of course the Phantom, and here Typhoon here. These are just some of the aircraft. Even the Bristol Beaufighters as well that they were operating, and of course, as mentioned, the really cool. I was looking at really cool aircraft the other day on my Dinky collection. Remember Dinky? Yeah, I've got a Javelin from Dinky and a Hawker Hunter. I know, how cool is that, right? But yeah, the Phantom and the Typhoon. I mean, how cool is that? And they are the operational conversion unit of Coningsby. So, featuring on this side as well, we've also got number 12 Squadron. They're the latest and greatest squadron, with the likes of Jack Curry, the legend, was once to Wickenby with the Lancasters. Oh, what a legend. That squadron, number 12, they were the latest to stand up here. 2018 when they stood up, but they operated here in 2020 as a joint Qatari Emirate Air Force and Royal Air Force. They do have a nickname. Oh, Buzzards are the nickname for 29. I believe they're called the Shiny 12. It's not really something that you hear quite often of RAF squadrons having nicknames, but here we go. Their motto, leads the field. I know, during World War II, their markings were Papa Hotel. Coningsby's was Romeo Oscar. I know, right? How cool is that? Number 12 Squadron operating the Fairy Fox between 1926 and 1931, which is why they have a fox on their emblem. They've operated the Wellington, the Lancaster, the Canberra, Tornado, even the Buccaneer as well. We also have a test and evaluation squadron, number 41. They like to write their squadron as Roman numerals. You may see XL1, okay? XL1, 41 squadron. They are Coningsby's test and evaluation squadron. That is what they do. They test the latest and greatest equipment, software, etc. They are pretty good with things like that. Their motto is seek and destroy. I know, Davey, that javelin was pretty special, right? They formed in 1916. I know, operating the FE8 operator. Do you know what I didn't tell you? That 12 Squadron, where they were formed, how dare I? They formed at Neverhaven, 1915. I know, terrible of me, wasn't it? Told you about Coningsby, Gosport, which is cool. So 41 Squadron, seek and destroy, Echo Bravo on their Hurricanes. I know, right? But of course, their history goes a bit further back than that. They formed in 1916 in France. I know. 41 Squadron. Goodness me, that is loud.
I should maybe put my glasses on. You can't see everything.
No one has to. Yes, so there we go. 41 Squadron. Obviously, anything before April the 1st, 1918 meant that where they were Royal Flying Corps, stood up in July before deploying to France, sorry. They formed at Gosport, sorry, before they moved to France. Sorry, I might got that a bit confused there. They are today's test and evaluation squadron. We do have Typhoons taxiing out and now, so I'll have to be quick. Echo Bravo on their Hurricanes during the Second World War. Aircraft operated during their time included the Armstrong Whitworth Siskin. How cool is that? Of course, the Spitfire as well, the Mark IIA, etc. Supermarine Spitfires, Echo Bravo. Sorry, not Hurricane, Spitfires, what I'm on about. Maybe I have suffered a little bit still. Oh, they've lost the Meteor as well. They've had some legendary aircraft as well, you know. Even the Bristol Bloodhound, when they were operating surface-to-air missiles at RAF West Rhineham as well. That was pretty cool. The Jaguar, the Harrier, the what else did they have? Phantoms. They've been operating quite a few. Of course, the Panavia Tornado F3. No, they did not. No, I know what it was. Hawker Fury is what they were operating. Hawker Tempest as well, not the Hurricane. I do apologise. Even the de Havilland. Oh, Davey will like this one. They even operated the fighter version of the Mosquito, the de Havilland Hornet F1 and F3 in 1948. How good is that? There are also two combat-ready fighter squadrons. So number 3 fighter, they're the oldest squadron here, formed in 1911 at Larkhill near Stonehenge Aerodrome. And of course, the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron, formed in 1915, is number 11 fighter. They like to have Roman numerals. I know, so they like to have X1. In brackets, the letter F denominates fighter. Yeah, Hornet was good, wasn't it, Davey? I agree. It looked pretty cool. It was a single-seater fighter version of the Mosquito.
So you know what model it is?
So, wave 2 officially about to begin. Stand by. A little quick info about the Typhoon note. It's lightweight airframe, 85% of composite, so that's just 15% is just metal. Has a really good radar cross-section of around between sort of half a metre and 0.75 of a metre squared. That is impressive for a 4.5 generation jet powered by 2 Eurojet EJ200 engines, which produce just over 20,000 pounds of thrust with reheat. So that's 40,400 pounds of thrust on an airframe that weighs just 24,000 pounds empty. Yes, you can't fly without any fuel in it. Max fuel 11,000 pounds. It has a thrust to weight ratio of 1.2 to 1, which is insane. Thrust to weight ratio means your thrust is way more than what you weigh, which means gravity will have a hard time bringing you down. For example, take your vehicle, although don't do this unless you are someone that does track day cars. If you were to take all the seats out of your car, just saying, but keep yours because you need to drive it. Take out all the door cards, door panels, everything that you don't need, empty your boot. Weigh that, and now you know your car will go faster because it's now lighter. It's the same principle. The more you add, the more slower you're going to be, right? Simple. That is how it works. So although an aircraft has, let's say you may hear, oh, this is a thrust to weight, that's fine. But the thing is, if you're going to start adding things to it, or if you're going to start taking things off, you know, for example, you can make an F-35A have a 1.05 thrust to weight ratio. Yes, you can. How do you do that? 50% of fuel. There you go. Job done. You weigh half much in your fuel. So you can do it, but it depends. But on paper, fully fueled is what you're looking for, because you can't fly without any fuel in it. Okay, it's all about to kick off. Welcome to the show. Chris Austin, how you doing? Oi oi to you, hope you're keeping well. Aspen, Simon Watchell on LEJ Approach, Mark Dudley, Alex Blackcat. Good, how you doing, man? Phantom Fixer, Michael Woodridge, Margot Baxter, how you doing? Wee Stevie Boy. Welcome to the show, hope we're all good. Davey, Matt Crossan. Roger Payne, Dieter, how you doing? Who's doing some paintwork. Yeah, the Whirlwind was good, wasn't it? Sadly, they were no longer making those engines and had a bit of a problem. I believe that was the first twin-engine fighter, right? The Whirlwind. Looked good as well, didn't it? Okay, so plenty of foons to enjoy. Here we go. So we get a best of both. We've had them from runway 07 and now runway 25. Right. Maximum speed is Mach 2.0, twice the speed of sound. Absolutely phenomenal engines. It is a remarkable aircraft. Don't forget, thrust to weight is always about the takeoff, although from brakes release to 8 seconds, the Typhoon, literally from releasing those brakes, 8 seconds later can pull into a 50 degree, 60 degree and vertical and climb. Now I get it, aircraft can rotate after 8 seconds. This is where sometimes people don't understand what I mean on comments, you know the ones, but yeah, what this means is not many aircraft can actually accelerate vertically, especially from going like a 120 knots on a high alpha. That's where the Typhoon can really perform at air shows. You see, the thing is, with a high alpha, a lot of aircraft have to gain speed before they climb, okay, if they haven't got the thrust to weight ratio, whereas this can actually start doing it. Literally brakes release at 8 seconds depending on the pilot, 185 miles per hour. A lot of people ask me, the top question is how many G's are pulled on a performance takeoff. Not even a lot, no more than 2 G is a maximum, because it's done differently. You see, at Lincolnshire, they're reaching speeds of 450 miles per hour before they pull up. That's going to smash you out. That's going to be, you know, that's going to smash you out between 5 and 7G, that is. You know, that is loaded, that is. With G, that is not armed. Better correct myself there.
Thank you ever so much.
You're more than welcome.
Really helpful.
No
Thank
problem
you.
at
Enjoy
all.
your caravan.
No, we're doing house hunting now.
Oh, right. Enjoy that. Nearby?
Old bowling club.
Oh, okay. Brilliant. Good luck.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yours is our daughter. She's just done one on the
So, from brakes release to 8 seconds, as said, the Typhoon can start climbing vertically, and 22 seconds later, so be it, from brakes release to 30 seconds, the Typhoon is capable of going supersonic. Although to do that over land in the UK, because we love our windows in one piece and historical buildings, we'd like them in one piece, you'd have to get some good clearance to do.
taxiing from the main ASP, another Typhoon. Okay, here we go.
Look what he's got on his back. He's got another aeroplane.
Strap the neck, fix the seats, have the seatbelts clean, tie it round the neck.
I used to get away with normal bin liners and then they got trawlers and had to go to wheelie bin.
Manchester's got a mask.
Chris Austin, nice one. Glad you got the tickets for TAP 4.0. Davey, how you doing? Hope you're good. We Stevie Boy, Alex Blackout, welcome to the show. You're all good, here we go. Typhoon about to depart. We've got a few more spooling in the hangars there. Street Fighter 2. Sonic Boom! Who remembers that, eh? That's the only time I've ever heard Sonic Boom. So we've got 2 more shows this week. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the weather plays game. I'm still undecided for tomorrow, but I'll keep your notification bell button on and you'll know where we are.
Typhoon's engine and an 8-stage compressor. It's got 3-stage low pressure, compressing that air to about 4.2 to 1, and then eventually working its way down to the 5-stage high pressure compressor. And what that does, that compresses that air even further, increases it to 26 times its original bypass ratio at 0.4 to 1, making it a very economical and very good flowing engine. Here we go. Oh, this looks good. Send it. I mean, how many seconds was that? Demonstration of thrust to weight ratio there. We've had quite a few PTOs in the last couple of days, haven't we? More than, you know, it's amazing, isn't it? How are we all doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Thanks a lot there, David Wheatley. Christopher Carr, how you doing? Dieter, how you doing? Dieter, you've always got some interesting questions. In what material is the heads-up display that makes that bright green effect? Oh, do you know what? Interestingly, I came across that the other day. It's a type of glass. It's oh, do you know what? It's like a single element combiner. It's a it's a special type of glass, and what it does, the composite actually stops any of that sort of glare and distortion. It's very, very clever, and it uses new computer-like generated, it's like a holographic technique, okay, which takes out the distortion. I think that's, and you can use that with the Striker and Striker 2, the helmet mounted system as well. That's pretty cool as well. So that is the HUD control panel. It's also got like a video camera, but it's basically the way to do it. The combiner assembly features a single element. It's like combining two glass plates bonded to produce a flat parallel sided assembly. So it's actually two, and the way they've done it, they put them together in a way that it doesn't cause any distortion, and it kind of projects it. So it's really, really good. And it's funny because I came across that the other day, believe it or not. I think I was looking at it's a bit like Rochester Avionics, where I came across that, and I'm wondering if that's who makes it, which is it's pretty amazing, right? Pretty amazing. But it's like a diffractive combiner glass, basically. That's the best way I can describe it, where they put the two together. Got another Typhoon just taxiing out now. So you also got the HMSS, which is a helmet mounted symbology system, which they also call a mounted display unit, which I think they call it MDU here, which is the Striker made by BAE Systems. It's the helmet with the bobbles on it. Now, when I first came across it, I thought it was like a funky helmet, but this is a helmet visor which allows the pilot to see the data instead of the head-up display. So you can use that as well. You can actually lock onto targets with it. You've also got a multi-function head-down display. So it's not a HUD or anything like that, but the cockpit features the multi-function head-down displays as well. So yeah, really good. So it's basically glass, but it's put together in a way to stop any distortion. In fact, you've got that kind of green effect. You can probably see it here, actually. I don't know if you can see that on your screens. There, look. So it projects everything onto that, where it's got that green there. You see that? It's basically special combiner glass. Pretty cool, man. It's like reinforced. It's special glass. It's not, you know, glass from your windows at home. David Wheatley, thanks a lot for letting me know about Gosport. I did actually say about Gosport because a lot of RAF squadrons were formed at Gosport.
No, I mean, on Wales, it's going to be cloudy, sunny, with maybe a chance of rain later on, but for the main part.
Yeah, no worries, man. You know, always bring on the questions. You know, I'm going to try and get hold of one. Is a full-on G suit. I don't know how I'm going to get hold of one. I'll do my best. I've already said I'll try and get you a whole Blisk, but I think the Typhoon display team will know who took it. Just kidding. They do have one on their displays when you go to the air shows. Have a look at the Blisk. It is amazing. The best way I can show you a Blisk is, tell you what, this is before we took it. Shh, don't tell the Typhoon display team. That is a genuine Eurofighter Blisk. I know, don't tell them. Although they're probably tuned in now. So if it's gone missing, Ted, we're in trouble, man. That'll be your high pressure, sorry, your low pressure. That's the low pressure Blisk. Blisk meaning disc and blades put together as one titanium alloy.
Just give it to him.
We've still got the display, we're just using
Okay, here we go. 2 more to leave the floor. Here we go.
Oh, there's one moving.
Zoom out a little bit for this one. I mean, look at this. Southeast Asia Command livery, 13 Squadron, serving out into the Southeast Asia Pacific. The red emitted from the roundels there, you've got a light blue and traditional royal blue colour almost for the outer roundel. C-47 Dakota.
Where's my bottle?
I've been listening to that some of you should be doing this. So he chose to do those things. Food went out first thing this morning.
So this is a C-47 Dakota of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. She is a veteran. She has served. Look at this. So between 1942 and 1946. The Southeast Asia Command, the combat theatre. They omit the white as well in the middle, 50-50 with the blue. The idea being red is enemy, hence the Imperial Japan roundel featured red, of course. Anything red, or even anything to do with red, it was you know, for both sides. You don't want friendly fire either, so a quick glimpse of any red, shoot, or avoid if you don't want to do it because it's all friendly, if that makes sense, right? So that's why. So there was another Southeast Asia Command. I'm going to just show you here quickly. There's a couple here that I've got. There's those two there, not the best light, but there it is. The camo that's painted. There's a recent one. Last year. They do change the livery every 5 years, the BBMF. Avro Al, enjoy. Argan, how you doing? I know Ian gets excited. My little fun fact, if I may, this is the same length as an F-15E Strike Eagle. I love that fun fact. I stumbled across it, I think about a month ago, and I was like, oh. I don't know why I found that, because I think it's because of the 63 feet and 9 inches is something I resonate with the F-15E Strike Eagle, and this is exactly that. So, of course, the wingspan is extremely different, but there we go. My little fun fact. Tell you what, runway 12 yesterday was very rare and special. So taxiing off for runway 25. So this livery that you can see, although it just looks like ordinary camo, but with this camo and those roundels, it is not very common at all. There are not many Southeast Asia Command liveries about, and recently, last year even, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight welcomed back the C-47 Dakota. Actually this year that was the first time we'd ever seen it. It was on the 11th of February the first time we'd seen it. But the BBMF C-47 Dakota, this serial number ZA947, was constructed in 1942 as a C-47A by Douglas at Long Beach, California, USA. It was delivered to the United States Army Air Force on the 7th of September 1942. And she was then, a few days later, on the 16th of September, she was then transferred under a Lend-Lease agreement to the Royal Canadian Air Force and redesignated as a Dakota 3. She was then allocated to the Royal Canadian Air Force with a serial number 661. Now, during the Second World War, 661 served entirely in Canada. She spent many years after the Second World War in Europe with the Royal Canadian Air Force and operated in support of the Canadian forces from 1965 to 69, when the aircraft was declared surplus to requirements. And for the next 23 years, the Dakota was operated by the British Royal Aircraft Establishment, the RAE. Initially, it was given the Royal Air Force designation KG661, but in the late 70s, it was soon realised that the serial number KG661 had in fact previously been allocated to another Dakota, but it was actually destroyed. So what did they do? Well, the error was reported, and in July 1979 the Dakota was allocated the more modern serial number, which she flies with today, ZA947, which explains why this serial does not match the age of the era of the aircraft. But when the Defence Research Agency, the successor to the Royal Aircraft Establishment, declared ZA947 surplus to requirements, she was offered for disposal in 1992. The aircraft was adopted by RAF Strike Command to be issued to the BDMF. She was then issued to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight in March 1993, where we've enjoyed her ever since. Sorry, I do apologise. It's 31 Squadron, not 13. You can see where the error was. I'm having that type of day. The markings are actually supposed to represent 31 Squadron. I do apologise. And of course 31 Squadron at RAF Waddington, operating the RPAS, the remote piloted air system. So it's just out of sight at the moment. Just wait for it to Yeah, so every, I mean, they'll tell you when you go for a BBMF hangar tour, every 5 years, choose a livery. So AB910, the Spitfire Mark 5B B-Wing, has chosen to have a new livery of 402. She represents 402 Royal Canadian Air Force City of Winnipeg Squadron. And what's nice is that that squadron actually flew that very aircraft. In fact, I asked on Discord, on our members only Discord, about the Eagle squadrons, and I didn't know that I think it was AB910 did actually have Eagle squadron markings at one point, probably about 10 years ago. I would have thought. I think it was about then, so I missed out on that because she would have been flying that for about 5 years. But never mind. Never mind. Yeah, so don't forget, if you're in the area, you've got the BBMF Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. They have a museum and gift shop, cafe, and also they do have a car park there, and for the BBMF, and also you can book a hangar tour as well. I'm not sure what the prices are at the moment. Last year, I think it was about $11.50 for adults for a hangar tour. There are restrictions, of course. You can't take any bags with you in there. You've also got Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. You can go and see Just Jane, another historic aircraft, such as the B-25 Mitchell. They've got a restoration going on of the Hampden. You've also got the Mosquito there as well, and of course Just Jane NX611, hopefully in about 3 to 4 years time taken to the skies. Someone asked me where's it going to take off. They do have a 6,000 foot grass runway at Eastcote. We've also got Metheringham's Airfield Visitor Centre as well, Cranwell Heritage Centre, which is one I've yet to visit, Newark Air Museum, and you've also got the lovely town of Woodhall Spa. There's a lovely memorial of 617 Squadron. Haven't ventured to Spilsby yet to check out the memorial there. There's quite a lot of history here.
Not like the other airplanes.
Oh, it's the ice cream van. I was going to say, that diesel engine sounds hideous. Here we go. Get that optical illusion when you get a silhouette and you can't tell whether it's coming towards you or away from you. Do you ever get that? I love that. That's a really cool illusion, that is. So I'll keep an eye on that, so see if it's heading over this way.
certainly a warm one now. I'm going to get some more fluids. Be right back.
Yeah, man. Yeah, sure. How's it going? All right.
Yeah, not too bad, thanks.
Good.
Good day.
Yeah, it's been great. Better and
Thanks so much. Thank you, mate. Cheers, buddy.
No, it didn't. It would spray.
If you go out slightly,
Bit retro, isn't it?
So where's the little man?
He's here.
Oh, in his
He's
little
here.
house. Oh, mate. I was going to say, Michael was sitting in the window.
Oh yeah, sure. Give me a sec. carry on. It's a good model. Where'd you get that from? It was down at the BDMF shop, yeah? Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's cool. Let me get Ted as well. Oh right, yeah. Every day I've been late, you need to meet now. Oh, cool. Yeah, you good there, isn't it? Yeah. That's always good fun. Yeah, you too.
This is what I've been reading.
Yeah.
How are you going to explain that one?
What, a teddy bear chucked it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I think you need to make a
See how it goes, so just let them do their thing and see
They're
what...
bears, aren't they? They do their own thing. I have one and he's got an attitude. But he did used to go to the I never took it. Then he watched me go back. I said, now, what sort of switch you on?
Yes, babe, absolutely. How you doing? All right?
Tomorrow's meant to be.
Not sure what it's saying.
Tomorrow's meant to be.
Oh, nice one. Right, where are we going? Here?
Yeah, I know. It's supposed to be like drizzle.
We did Lake Beach completely, so I saw
Oh, when you come down for the outcross. Yeah. I couldn't see you when we were down there. Down there. We was down there. Yeah, we was up the
yeah, right down the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen you.
So, yeah, it was good. Good fun. Did enjoy that.
Alright,
Yeah. I'll be quiet for it. So, hopefully I'll
You got off, you got off.
Yeah, but, top back.
What are you doing? Will you be quiet there, my dear? Will you be quiet there, madame? Goodness me, some people think they own this place, don't they? Yes, you. Yes, what is your name?
Lynn.
Lynn.
Hello, Lynn.
Ah, guten Tag, Lynn. Are you like football? Maybe we can play football together?
Football.
Yes, very good. My name is Jens from Germany. Yeah. Bundesliga. Yes. Yes, that's very good, sir. Yes, so maybe we go to football tonight. Yes, we shall have lots to drink. In fact, why am I wasting my time? Such beauty. Goodbye, everyone. Well, there goes Jens. He's a bit of a ladies' bear, isn't he? Oh, it's the Easter Bunny. There you go, you can look after Jens for a little bit there. Someone call a doctor. My name is Mad Ted. So I think he needs to see a doctor and have his he needs to have his blood pressure and I think some blood test. My name is Jens from Germany. I'm busy. Thank you there, doctor. So my name's Mad Ted. I think we need to book you an appointment. Yeah.
You alright or not? Oh gosh, it's the, oh god, oh gosh.
Well, what's the matter? Why is no one like me? I only need to do a few blood tests to make sure that you're safe and well.
My name's Reggie, don't tell him.
Who is that? Yeah, never mind. Yes, wee buns, you just, you know, roll up your sleeves and I'll take some blood tests for you.
Oh, you won't.
Ah, there you are. I've had a look at your results there, Reggie.
Oh no, what did you find?
Well, I found a lot of, like, high in protein. Your results came back full of KFC.
Well, it weren't me, you got the wrong one there, mate.
Well, I think you need to, like, lower down on your chicken.
Chuckin', no, someone say chuckin', where's the chuckin'?
No, I haven't got any, but your blood is basically full of chicken.
There's protein in it, it's good for you.
That's right, it is good for you, but the thing is, you've got too much, you might start growing feathers.
Well, that's alright. Well, actually, no, it's not. I like to keep my feet on the ground there now. Well, they say Red Bull gives you wings, but chuckin', you know what I mean? Actually, you're the doctor, you'll know this. Why do chickens, even though they got wings, why don't they fly?
Well, that's a very good question. You see, you have to take the molecular construction, and then... Dear oh dear, these youngsters, they don't really want to listen. Never mind.
Yeah, don't get in all that technical stuff with me, mate. You know, we're a regiment. You know, you just pick up, you know, whatever you need and go. Innit? That's right. You know, you see a tank. That's right, you get the light tank gun and off you go, innit? You know what I mean? You put two and two together and... Right. Right. Oh, goodness me, today is no top button today. Goodness me. Oh, right, I'm off to go and get some chicken. My name's Reggie. Behave yourself, don't I?
You carry on there.
I always thought he was so much bigger.
Oh, it's little Jens. I know. That was fun. It's good fun, isn't it? It's a bit of the giggle. That's it. Non-rehearsed, just go with it.
That's your best.
And ladies, gents, teddy bears, I do have with me, if you're tuned into the car park, as it's nice and warm, when I finish the show, I've got a very, very special, van only special on my t-shirts. They're £15 for one or £20 for two. I know, 2 for 20. I do have them with me in the van after the show. Come and see me and I'll see what we can do. And that will be after the show. I'll probably wait for the Dakota to come back. And this is a special. I don't always have them. I just happen to have the boxes here as I take them to Claire's. They're one-off. I don't always have anything like that on me like here. It's not something I do. Yeah, come and see me. Just happen to have them from yesterday and today. So I'll do it just for today. Now, I do have all sizes as well. I'll be here for probably, I might finish the show in about half an hour, but I'll still be here another half an hour after that. So probably just before 4, I would imagine I'll be still here. So drop me a message if you want to hang in there. Looks like we've got a departure as well. I think. Well, that's one way of trying to get your t-shirt. Look, Typhoon pilots are after the deal. Look at this, see? 2-seater as well, the family version Typhoon. But yeah, it's a good point. I've kind of reminded myself, I haven't actually got the TED Party tickets advertised on our website, which would actually make so much sense. But I think I know the reasons behind it, because it is at first members only for priority tickets. You see, that's probably what the thinking was behind there. So we've got a T3 Typhoon taxiing out for departure. Funk it down, funk it. Break it down, funk it down. Oh, that reminds me, was there a Guards March for someone just after I finished the stream yesterday? I think there was. Someone gifted some memberships, if I remember correctly. Spanner Flight, if you've got that, let me know. I'm pretty sure. Man, I just nearly got strafed by this thing. It's goodness me. I know, isn't he? He has. He's Sporkin 7001. Okay, here we go. Send it. love it when they do that. Straight to downwind. Dr. Soda, thank you very much for that. Very warm welcome as well. Hope you're well, hope you're good. And Chris White, yes, Chris White, that's the one. Thank you very much, Dr. Soda, and also Davey for sending those in. Thank you very much. Right, let me have a quick look before we do the next. The C-47 is on its way, I think. By the look of it, might be doing a. I think it's just behind me. Yeah. It's me, here it comes. Topside turn there, wasn't it? Tell you what, I wonder if I get my castle shot. By the way, check this out for a lawnmower. You know, last time all this was all greenage. Now, look at it, all gone. Well done, lawnmowers. Oh yeah, back to this thing. Such a cool shot. So, big shout out to Coningsby Tower, also RAF Police as well, MOD Police, how we all doing? Ground crew, lineys, tools, all squadrons, mechanics, computer geeks, ferries, how we all doing? Yes, that is a romantic name, fairies as a role. Oh, don't forget the rescue teams as well, and the medics, crash teams, how we all doing? Coningsby's fire department, defence incident units as well, hope we're all good. And the Phoenix Airfield Wildlife Control Unit, how we all doing? Touch and go. What a remarkable aircraft. It played a special role, a really important aircraft. We always think of fighters and bomber aircraft of the Second World War, but here, this very role of this very special aircraft played an important role for paradropping, transporting the troops. Those brave, very brave men been dropped over enemy lines. You know, this aircraft is unarmed. Twin Wasp, Pratt & Whitney's, oh yeah. Speed of 224 miles per hour with a 1830 Twin Wasp Pratt & Whitney, a 14-cylinder air-cooled. She'll cruise at 160, and she would take her troops of 28. Could even take a 6,000 pound of cargo as well. So in around on the first drop, 30 seconds. 30 seconds later, almost like a go, 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 as they would jump out from the port side. The trim tabs on the elevators, keeping the nose level as the troops jump out. The Royal Air Force here, also served with the 9th Air Force of the United States Army Air Forces. Places such as Falkingham and North Witham. We've covered North Witham on our Lost Airfields, which feature the C-47 Skytrain, as it was called, and named in the United States Army Air Force. Goes again, power on. Also nearby here, actually getting one at Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre as well. And you'd be surprised how steep it is to walk into one of these when it's parked up. And you can see where the wounded would lie down from battle. They were taken not far from here at Nocton Hall. So she would have landed at Metheringham, I believe, and then by train to Nocton Hall for the wounded. Oh, it might be low enough, actually, for the castle shot, if I can get it. Still waiting for the shot. Oh, it might be good. It might be good. Come on, she's low enough, actually. I'm going to just position about here. Just over there. Slowly ascending, sorry. Might not be able to get it. Ooh, it's a close one. Let's follow the line. So there. Might be a bit high. Let's have a look. Oh yeah. Yep. Just a little bit lower, but I'll be, you know when you got a shot in your head that you want, well,
Bring it in a bit if you want. Bring it forward a bit.
Thank you very much. Please put Nikos, yourself and Ted deserve a flight in that. What a pair of ambassadors for the RAF, nobody better. Thank you very much, Leighton, that's very kind of you to say. lovely to hear those lovely twin wasp engines just purr away like that. Beautiful. Good, thank you. Thanks, thank you. They're just coming in for another approach. But lovely to see it in this light. I remember one time, I don't remember that day, that it was absolutely pouring it down with rain. That was on the 11th of February this year. So just coming up to the end of the show. All guards marches coming in. So we'll start off with Chris White from yesterday. Thank you very much. Sorry I missed it as I just finished up for the day when I got your generosity come through on the show. So a big thank you to you, to Chris White, for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. So thank you so much for that. thanks a lot. High five and a paw pump, Chris White. And that's from yesterday's show. A Guards March for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you so much. The Gunthorpe as well. Guards March, thanks for the super beautiful castle shot. Thank you. Kevy Howard, how you doing? 17 months. Oh yeah. Hello Spanner crew, Nikos and Ted. Thank you very much. Way up north, high five. Guards March, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thanks for joining us. Ali J Approach, gifting a Ted Coningsby membership as well. Thank you very much. High five for that. Thanks a lot, Gerd. Chili Beef, 21 months membership. Oi, oi, a beautiful day for a beautiful stream. Thank you. Brian Acosta, thanks a lot for the super as well. Vicky Booth, thanks a lot for the 22 months membership. Oi, oi, 22 months being part of the amazing family. Chris Austin, thank you very much for 23 months membership as well. Hello, how is everyone doing? Love the community as always. Thanks, Spanners, Ted, Nikos, Claire Bear. Oh yeah, let's ride. Doncaster Lass, thank you very much for the super. Ted in the Sunshine, superb. Matt Crossan, thanks a lot for the super as well. Aspen 30, high five, Guards March, thank you very much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Simon Watchell, high five, Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership as well. Right, another turn now on final for the C-47 Dakota. And got a little bit of OT today, bit of OT. You see how we make sure, you know, you're not forgotten. If we missed it on the show, we'll come back and get it. Again, not sure about tomorrow, but I'll double check the weather for tomorrow and see what I can get you. C-47? Well, it's an American-built Douglas. Unless you want to join the Air Force, you can go. Not me. No worries. Cool, thank you. Oh, right, nice one. Yeah, nice. Cool, nice one. Dee-dee-dee. What should we do? One more approach? We'll do one more and we'll call it a day. Okay, so our final approach from the C-47. Ted and I are going to retire for the day. And you can certainly hear those radials. Listen to this. The Tattershall Castle, Coningsby's motto, loyalty binds me. Was it 15th century castle, was it? Or have I really got that wrong? I'm thinking of 16th century. Yeah, so Tattershall Castle is what you've got there. 15th century, that's it, red brick. And it's featured on RAF Coningsby's station crest, the insignia. Stands proudly. As we finish up the day with one more approach from the C-47 Dakota. Nice blue sky over Coningsby as we wait for a final approach, for us anyway. Oh bless, musical Mexican assistant, thank you very much for your super there. We'll get Ted to do a guards march. Thanks a lot to Kenneth Williams as well, thank you very much as we finish up our last movement for us for the day. Daniel Roberts, how you doing? Davey, Margot, Matt Crossan, Simon Watchorn. Here we go as she turns on final now for our final approach. See ya. Oh, looks like a low approach. It is a low approach for the C-47, our final one of the day for us. Very moderate crosswind. Well, and purrs at the same time, doesn't she? That's a beautiful sound, that. Wow, amazing. Right, ladies and teddy bears, we are gonna bowl off like a bowler. We got Musicals Mexican Assistant, thank you very much for your super. A guards march to you, thank you very much. High five and a paw pump for that, very nice, thank you very much. Hope you're all doing fantastic. A shout out to Nikos, Ted and the whole TCS crew who put in their effort behind the scenes. Appreciate the hard work. I believe it's time for some salmon. Yes it is. Ted and I are going to go to the salmon shop. Bye. Mike 22 Delta, 30 months membership, thank you very much. Best channel on YouTube, thanks TCS crew. Well, that is it. Oh, what's that, Ted? It's probably going to come back and finish up, so that's cool, that ties it in nicely. Right, ladies and teddy bears, thank you very much. I hope you've all enjoyed it. So big shout out to RAF Coningsby, thank you very much for today. It's been amazing. To the Spitfire team of GTCHI, thank you very much to the Spitfires.com crew and the lucky bidder on the Spitfire experience flight there for marking the 90th anniversary. Hope you've all enjoyed today's movements. It's been fantastic, especially the BBMF as well and all the squadrons. Thank you so much. Right, ladies and teddy bears, hope you all enjoyed today. My name's Nicholas, I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well. See you, everyone. Ted, hit the button, mate. We might even be able to get. Might get lucky.
Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today.
We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.